Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, wing. Wing, 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 wing. Wing, 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 wing. Doom, 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 doom. Hello, Jack. Doom, doom, wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. A Mal. Two people, two brain cells, same character. Ugh! You'll find out what the hell that title is when you see the content, because the title explains the material. Kappa? Over here. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of all sides, of all speakers, of all teachers, of all ages, tonight we are brought together by the collapse and inevitable stupidity of a man so angry at a content creator that instead of doing his due diligence to actually investigate what was being presented in front of him, he went and did a full incel. He started spurting, busting his papa guts all over the place, only to realize after he had already busted and spent his load that he was actually wrong and attempted to delete the content after it had been exposed. Not only busting it wide open for a YouTuber, but another YouTuber, specifically because he had Caleb Hammer derangement syndrome. This is a story all about how Papa Gut fucked up and turned it around, put his ass to the camera and said, "Kiss my shit," and then he realized he had to go lick another man's grits. As always with the content, as is the case with Versus Chat, there will be a live audience view from inside of the Discord. For those that have never been here before, please make your knowledge known so that people can give you the appropriate butt touch. If you wish to support the content of the channel, feel free to donate in any way, shape, and form. You see fresh, you see freely. As a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. You can find links that will send you directly into the Discord should you not already remember inside of the pinned comment on all platforms, as we are live on 4 platforms tonight, as usually is the case. Without further ado, technically a little bit further ado, the pinned messages weren't properly pinned. Without most further ado, in the next 5 seconds of the sentence, we will begin consumption of the material. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your dad. Tell them to come in. Carl's in the kitchen, and he's cooking. I have the full material content because after he had already embarrassed himself, he deleted this entire VOD off the internet, but not before it was archived by the brave Mujahideen of the Kakistani Standing Army. So, behold him, praise him, and his bald head. Here we go! The exact moment I try to resize the screen, it crashes. I'm out. Yep. I tried to restart the screen and it crashed. Oh no. But that's why I have the physical video. One stares into the window, then the windows in the soul, only to find what is the travesty that is befitting to unfold towards us. The amount of times I've always seen PapaGut clips that get circulated on places like TikTok, it always seems to me that he is never capable of actually having a salient take that goes above room temperature, and when he does choose to stick his neck out there, when he can find it, it is almost always the case that he is choosing to stick his neck out over something that is very much the similar case as the Act Man. He comes down on the side that is the howling overdog, not the actual side of the actual underdogs. And he actively wants to just push down. Push down. That's why I said, Carl, why are you echoing on kick? He wants to push down on the people that he thinks are in the middle that he can be able to take advantage of. It's the exact same mechanism that is used by the Act Man, which is why we all say that the Act Man doesn't actually have his own opinion. However, over the length of this 1 hour and 21 minute and a couple odd extra seconds VOD, you're going to see him go through some stages, okay? You're going to see him go through some stages of emotion. Because if you just call it a crash out because he was angry at Nick Shirley and Caleb Hammer, you're missing the actual real thing that's going on here. This is not just, I want to disagree with the thing because I want to go in on Infinite Somalis. This is not, I'm crashing out because I want to call Nick Shirley a fraudster. Okay? This is a lot more, I hate the people who are here because they're getting attention that I want and I can't have. You're going to notice that over the course of the content. Okay? Some of you have probably seen this in clip form. You need to see the whole context in order to really grasp this.
Good. Very good. Dude, I took such a big poop. Feels so much better. Hey, what up? What up, dude? What up, Sussy Baka? How's it going? Not too bad. How you doing?
Appropriating the terms of our people. Spatoy, 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 savai!
Yeah, Minecraft Steve. You guys are ridiculous. That's silly. Dude, I fucking shit. I fucking shit today, dude. Fucking shit.
You know, you gotta open every broadcast up with, how much man pooped. Mad dumpies. You know, mad dumpies. We gotta have to hear about the mad dumpies. People in the back gotta know about how wide it is. They gotta know about how wide it is, alright? Spread. Gloriously open. Just for everybody to hear about.
Here we go, morning sloppy. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Here we go. Time to harass more Somalian immigrants, baby. Time to harass more Somalians. Woo. Woo! All right. Let's harass more Somalian people. Hey guys, I got washed. I needed to release a new video.
Notice how he is stating the position of we must harass Somali citizens. So, no matter the reports that have already come out, no matter the obvious tension on the ground floor, no matter the fact that this actual news information has come to us because of the fact that now we're in the position that Nick Shirley has destroyed a political dynasty with a YouTube video. Certainly it wasn't just a YouTube video, but Nick Shirley destroys a political dynasty of the Walls family by just exposing obvious shit with a horrible investigation that should have been more than just walking up to places with spy cam footage saying, please let me in, I want to see the kids, let me in, let me in. A dynasty has been toppled. Questions and investigations have been raised. The funds have been paused until investigation of the audits. Obvious grifts have happened where you've had fake break-ins, You've had supposed reveals of children that do not equal the total number of the amount that is being defrauded from the government. And the general brouhaha over these details, arguments over these details. A woman losing her life, an officer being ran over by that woman, several footage angles, including the body cam footage of the officer who supposedly only had internal bleeding because of hemorrhoids, now being revealed as internal bleeding because he was hit by a fucking vehicle in his chest. All of this has come to the position of, look at me and all of my Funko Pops behind me. It's time to harass some Somalis! In a mocking style. Even though that all this has been reported, even though all this has been exposed, he's going to come down on the side of it must be just harassment. But wait! There's more!
Wow, it's time to distract. Nick should have waited a week until the Epstein files were more popular again. Then he would have got a signal boost on the video. What's up, silly gooses? How does this hat look? I don't know if I like this hat with this outfit. I don't know if I want to run upstairs and get a new hat. You know, like a Bulbasaur hat would have matched a little better than this. Sticks out like a fucking sore thumb. Sticks out like a fucking sore thumb. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing today? Maybe I will run upstairs. Who the fuck knows? Bro, listen, that's what he's doing.
Whole lot of preamble before you even get to the shit. Would you believe me if I told you only 2 minutes have technically passed? That's how bad it is. Oh yes, we're watching this in slow time. We're watching this in real time. You need to feel every single agonizing, painful second of this, as this is being preempted. PapaGuts a mixed bag. While covering stuff like the H3 versus Hassan drama can be good, there's also so many instances of him being blatant midwit. Here's the reason why that is, Jeremy. It's because he's a fucking midwit. There's a lot of information out there that can be easily covered so that if you talk about Ethan Klein versus Hassan and his Hassanites, you can be able to come away with a salient take, especially if it's just in the interest of drama, because it's all drama. When he actually has to do something greater than just looking at the news surface and deciding, yes, this is harassment. Harassment is when a person asks questions that any councilwoman or any councilman in Minnesota should be asking, or any person living in the state could be able to notice, especially if they look into it the way that we have on recent episodes of The Advent on Sunday. Sundays, starting in the morning, only on Carlton Network. It's obvious things that you would start questioning and think, wait, actually, why is this the way that this is working? That's as we revealed on that Yappin, number 33, 34, whichever one that Marcus was on, where we revealed that information. It is the case in the state of Minnesota that Somalis happen to live in Ward 6. Ward 6, which is effectively a small Somali town. Not one, not two, but several, at least 5 that I counted after doing a little bit more diving into it, are effectively Somali enclaves that exist to themselves, do business to themselves, and exist by themselves, using Banana Pay LLC as the go-between for the same type of cross-seas money transferring services, money that has been tracked in the hands of Al-Shabaab. It is the case that they live in Ward 6 under what was originally the first member of the special council, elected in 2019 during COVID, then transferring power to another Somali, as he then became a member of the housing authority, that effectively is bringing together the housing situation of these individuals, and is the case in the state of Minnesota that the DFACs, which is the people who handle they handle SNAP benefits, TAMP benefits, and all the other government assistance, hand money away on a referral platter so that they can house people up to 10 in housing. Well, wouldn't it be just surprising that the member of the housing authority happens to be an individual that has a program that's called Moving to Work, otherwise known as Moving to Housing. When we're building all these housing units, which are actually being funded, are being built, not fake, not a scam, actually being set through with his plan that he's had extended through 2027, they build housing for people, real individuals, real people. But the housing not being finished, and all of the other actual infrastructure and buildings being owned by private equity firms that manage it at unrealistic living standards for a normal working wage citizen. We're talking $1,100, $1,300 in rent in things that look like the difference between a building that is actually livable for a working wage as a condominium and literally Cabrini Greens. The Somalis happen to live inside of housing that is approaching upper middle class rent status. Built-in gyms, built-in indoor pools, customized living amenities that would be luxury apartments at best. And yet, they live with standards of businesses and practices that are all clustered together, that the moment that a non-Somali goes in asking questions, the immediate, opportunity immune response of a investigator triggering a organization to cloister its doors and ask questions and try to stop people from speaking and talking. We witnessed this in both Nick Shirley videos, where they immediately started working as an antibody apparatus to remove them from the premises. And by all means, they have the ability to ask for the police to help with stalking, loitering, and harassment issues. But it's the case that the amount of money that is moving around, that is in the ledgers, that they're reporting use of, that money is being defrauded in such a significant bag, that if PapaGunt had done even a little bit of research, he would have came across the exact same information I did. It's all in my Discord. We all posted it public and live for people to give. I'll even give you the links right now. Any person that had gone through this information and had used this reference material would be able to find exactly the material in question and would be able to investigate it and would then be able to ask themselves, why is this like this? They did not do that. Instead, he decided to go full Spurg. He's always been a midwit. Because our job usually bases itself on just doing clips. Again, here's the links. The first one is one of the examples of the housing apartments that are being managed by one of the firms. One of the worst firms, as I've been informed by my moderator, who is a local to Minnesota. The next is the actual Housing Authorities organization, where it has its information. And the next here is the Snap page. And then you can just go Googling for the rest of it if you're truly investigative. But the point is, with these three links alone, and just some basic Googling of the area, you're going to learn that the people that are living inside of Ward 6 very much do not like people looking into this details and information. That's why, ran to the channel, Actual Justice Warrior, Sean Fitzgerald, well, every time he has reported on the information, it has been the case that they have been trying to make stories, press conferences, alleged break-ins, that effectively, with any kind of detective work, have been amounted to not actual break-ins, like staged. Like, any person who just looks at the information and starts asking basic questions, first, you're going to be called a Nazi, because how dare you? And then secondly, they're going to make you ask questions like, why does the DFACT page of Minnesota tell you the actual requirement of what it takes to be considered for SNAP benefits, when the state of Georgia, for comparison, does not? Because you must call in and be counseled and have your numbers looked over by people in the DFACT's offices after you've seen a counsel and caseworker. For comparison, here's the exact same business page for my state. Compare and contrast, if you will. For those at home playing the home game, we'll put the details on camera. So, this is the SNAP benefits page for Georgia. Note, the SNAP page tells you that 1, you need to get prepared. 2, you need to set up a form. 3, once you set up said form, zoom out a little bit. Once you set up the form, you must contact the customer contact center. And then 4, you must be interviewed, so that you may be able to go through the process of either applying for or having your stamps, your Medicaid, or your temporary assistance for needy families reaffirmed and renewed. Meanwhile, behold, the Minnesota board. They just tell you outright. Different strokes for different folks, you might ask yourself. But I ask you this question. Take the information of eligibility for household size. Then consider the information on the MPAA online form. Namely, inside of its information about housing vouchers, about housing, and about moving to work. Seen here. And then finally, the report of their strategic plan and their annual report, where they actually show you the real work that they've done. Real work to help people, such as this lovely black woman. And this lovely black woman on the other page. This lady. Real homeowners that were originally residents, and how much housing that they've actually built. And then how you're going to house all the people for all these grand openings. For context reference, the point I'm making here, moving to work says that if they have the ability to move things around with housing authority of powers to earn moving to work status, this allows budgeting flexibility to allow people to modify and amend regulations while they are trying to move people from housing to housing so that they can be able to cluster people together. Because the housing that they've built isn't complete. But mind you, the benefits that you can receive from SNAP also apply with similar assistance, such as actual general assistance. Links for that is down here as well. And the thing that comes very obvious, especially when you click on it, here and here, general assistance is based on the benefits and eligibility you have because of the things that are happening to you based on your age. They tell you outright how much you can have. They tell you the same thing here with supplemental aid. Some is gated by age, such as government assistance, but supplemental aid, you can be just as young as 18 or older. So, you have people being housed, you have them being housed with open eligibility status, where all they have to do is just walk up to the office and take it. In a system, in a state, where the ward is managed by Somalis, not a joke, not a meme, not a lie, being managed by Somalis. Specifically, the Somali in question. Being this former leader, Abdi Wasame, who was the lead of Ward 6 before moving to this position, as is in his bio. It is his goal through 2027 to create these housing districts, which allow for the Somalis to continue building this enclave inside of Ward 6. Which is literally right underneath the poor side, the upper middle class side of the river of the Twin Cities, where across the river, the Cabrini Marine structures are being managed by private citizen property with investment firms. The picture here is effectively Nick Shirley, either by stupidly bumbling into it, which is the actual truth, or by doing super secret underground investigations of the details. He has uncovered what would be very obvious to any person who's ever worked in government assistance or in government aid, like me, what I've already done, is an open marketing tiering fraud for defrauding. Because if they're doing this on such a level that it is fraud that is going at the state level to commissioners and to council people, there have to be people that are helping them do it. Especially since, in most cases, English is not going to be their first language. Well, isn't it strange that they happen to have leadership that also happen to be Somalis, that have the learning, the education, and the wherewithal to know how to put the process together? You have the people have to file for it based on statuses that will allow them to qualify for all government programs. You send them into a building collectively together where you're packing them 10 families to a household. The people in the household all will get benefits that apply for the household to receive additional benefits, all collectively together, on top of whatever money and whatever jobs are already working, because they have not one but two different Somali malls for culture. One being Midtown Exchange, another one being Punhar Exchange. Making sure I pronounce the word correctly. Yes, Punhar Exchange. Where they are able to collectivize their cash with their legitimate businesses, then get government assistance money, ill-gotten gains from the state, from running things like the Leering Centers, collate all that money together, use it through Banana Pay, send it over to Somali, where the monies, plural, of the American citizen is worth more overseas than it is inside of Somali for their own cash. And they can live like kings, while also backfunding that to terrorist groups. Not saying all Somalis, just the ones that are doing the fraud. Which, when people ask how many is that, they lose their fucking mind. All of that information that could easily be questioned by asking somebody who lives there, or doing the work yourself. Gut somebody who does the same job I do. He said, nah, I'm going straight to the head. Full Shirley, no Caleb. That, my friend, is somebody who is bad at his job. Because being a midwit is easy. Point at camera, screech. Don't take much work. Researching, investigation, that takes work. Continuing.
They're harassing Somalians. They're just harassing Somalians, dude. I like the pink and blue collar. Do you think so?
We're just harassing Somalis, bro.
What do you guys think?
We're trying on hats and harassing Somalis.
I guess you know what, that works. This will work out. I am Knuff. That's what it says. Let's go, dude.
Appropriation of Knuff culture. Man certainly is Knuff to be able to fit up everything inside the goddamn chair. He fills out his chair more than I do. Then again, my fat ass is not that big. Oh no, it's
so true, again. King.
Nope.
So true.
It's fixed.
I wonder if Nick will be dumb enough to leave the opening times in adult daycare Sunday. Yeah, I wonder. What about this? What about that, dude? How about the flex? Looking kind of built today.
Male positivity is always good. Alas.
All right. How's everybody doing today? Looking buff. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Time to harass some more Somalians, baby.
You're laughing. They're harassing Somalis and you're laughing. You're right, I'm laughing.
Are you all excited? Are you excited for this harassment that's about to be given? What do you think? It's time to harass black people. All right, enough of that. Bro, I heard, what's going on with Turkey Tom? It's funny, somebody said I won't touch allegations, but you could be wrong. I have no idea what's going on with them. I heard some weird stuff, but I couldn't find any actual information that was meaningful, so I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't know if I'd cover it necessarily, but I was curious to look at it on my own.
The short answer of what's going on with Turkey Tom is apparently he's out here doing some Diddy-ass bullshit. That's it. And it's nothing of actual material, because most of it is going to be basically withheld and only slow dripped to the audience of the commentary community once they've decided they have extracted enough value from Green Reddit. Homosexuality, gayness, age play regression, and more. Shit like that. But it's not anything that's, like, extremely serious. Unless you particularly are interested in watching people go into the ACC lolcow connection. If that's your bag, then you've got a lot to look forward to. If you don't, and you don't necessarily care, it's not going to be juicy enough right now. Wait until somebody else compiles it into a full video for you to watch later as a VOD. Probably June the King will get on top of this. Or somebody else that's going to replace Turkey Tom's job. Something like that. Maybe wait for Liquid Sonic. Maybe Rob's Media. One of those two channels.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of curious. I don't know. Something's going on with Turkey Tom. I don't really understand the specifics. I don't know. Oh, incredible. Look at this guy. Holy fuck. He looks like he has a TBI. Jesus Christ.
Yes, because the thing that we should definitely do is talk about the physiognomy of a person in the front of the camera. The fat fuck said about the fat fuck. There's one thing that most people are going to be able to do better than me, and that's being able to grow a full, thick, luxurious, grooming beard that covers all the lips all the way around the goatee line. But, you know, sometimes attacking people's images doesn't work out very well for you, you know? Not a very smart tactic. Not very smart. Not very smart at all. When you're effectively a thumb in a hat, don't do that. A thumb with a beard with a little bit of growth on the thumb scale with a hat. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that at all.
All right, we got to get this going. All right, guys, we're back at it again. Time to harass some Somalian immigrants. Am I right? All right. Anyway, you know, obviously, I'm joking. I would never do that. Nick, of course, has been making a lot of money doing that. Unfortunately, he did not get a shout out this time on Twitter because it's not there's if you did it like a week later, it would have been able to be like an Epstein distraction, but it's a little too early for the next round of Epstein, distractions. Maybe he'll change his pattern. The biggest criticisms I had was that he lied about like 2 of the facilities being active at the same address at the same time when one of them actually closed down.
We already know that the information that claims that the business is shut down is not accurate. What actually happened is that the business reported itself to Google as being permanently closed, and they continued to collect monies based from the government status of their service status remaining open, as was the case revealed multiple times by actual people doing the goddamn job. Which is half the reason of why people called it a scam and why people then went into the chambers of the city council to discuss this.
Showing up at the opening of the daycare to see if kids actually go in and out. Him not...
Considering that one of the cases of the things people are trying to address of whether or not there is actual people that is there during operational hours is real, considering the jobs and businesses are being reported as permanently closed on Google so that nobody calls and nobody goes in, that would be the case and basis for why people are calling it a scam and calling it fraud. That should be something a person should investigate, but the way in which Nick Shirley did it, insufficient, bad, lazy, dog shit, slop even. I'd be in agreement with that if it weren't for the fact that you're just trying to say he's lying entirely. By the factor of not being an investigative journalist. Like a trained investigative journalist. James O'Keefe-styled journalist, even.
Calling the numbers on the signs to see if he could actually schedule an appointment. This would be real investigative research. But let's see what we got here, baby. Let's see what we got. Maybe we'll get all those changes. Let's go.
I'm asking No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million. Get out.
The community. That's fraud.
How come they said the building was closed? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Advanced Mobility? Yeah. We're looking for it. Never heard of it?
Well, this guy looks like he's aware of everything going on.
They know we're shining the light on the fraud.
They know it.
And they have...
Unfortunately, it appears that he decided to do a second gear of the exact same style of reporting he did before. Go in with an entourage, go in with cameras, go in with microphones, basically make a notice and make a stink, get reactions on tape and camera, go viral because of it. 1.5 mil sub-channel does this as a video for views, then does a follow-up afterwards. I would say this is not a good investigation. But in terms of a YouTube video, bro, wild, bang, blockbuster, billions of dollars of views. And ad rev, possibly. But in terms of like an investigative normie, bro, I didn't even know this was going on. Whoa, this is crazy. The kind of thing you'd expect to find on the Deranged Females podcasts. Yes. Kirsch has obviously already looked at this. Smugglana too, probably. Pippa too, obviously. Not really much you can say other than what I've already said. Bad investigation style, if you're going to be like, I will respect this when this is done professionally. Sure, based, great. Now that that's out of the way, explain the rest of this shit. Because from the angle of the camera of what I just saw there, they were inside of one of the 2 shopping districts that I was talking about. That the Somalis have. If that wasn't Midtown Exchange, which it didn't look like it, that was probably Qatar Mall. That was probably the Qatar Mall.
Have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that the end of Nick Shirley's other video did not end with a town hall meeting talking about fraud or anything, or that there's been like a ton of convictions.
works out for Somalis.
I believe, like, what are we at? They've already charged like 90 people, and I think 60 people have been convicted.
That's not enough. There needs to be more.
That was before he came there. We already knew there was fraud.
Oh, we already knew there was fraud? Then why are we upset that we're discovering more fraud? Oh my god, 2 cakes! I get to watch people get convicted for doing crimes, and I get to see more exposure of crime, so that I can then have more convictions. Come on, bro, 2 cakes. They're chocolate covered. Chocolate bun covered raisin. The EDP special. The 2 mad conclusion. Come to get on that butt cheeks. Come on, eat it out.
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed, and as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking.
Why don't you call this number there, boss man? Call the number and see if they'll let your kid in. Why wouldn't you just call this number? Why is that like?
Here's a better job. Why wouldn't I go to the place during its hours of business, as it claims it has on the internet, as it claims it has on its door? Now, context. Because of some medical problems with the babysitter, Star has actually had to go do this entire process. She's looked into care.com. She's looked into other facilities, both ones owned by people, ones that are ran out of people's homes, as well as ones that are ran out of respected facilities and businesses, like the Growing Room and Children's Way is what my brain's telling me. Somebody in the chat room can Google that and correct the number and correct the name if I got it wrong. But Children's Way, they do sometimes have a policy that before they can even be able to process the ability for them to see whether or not they can take care of your child, they want you to go through a very meticulous paperwork process for the safety and security of the children. However, we're talking about local community after-hours school care, which should be just as simple as I walk in the building and there is a section where it is obviously protected for children's safety. No different than a private school, mind you. No different than a Catholic school, mind you. I walk into the building. Hey, hello, how you doing? How are you? I'd like to see about the paperwork to get my child started. I'm interested in seeing if I can put them in your facility. No brochures, no pamphlets, no online information. Just a phone and a fax. No websites, just a phone and a fax. And when you look them up online, it says they're already permanently closed. But the hours posted out front say different. With the little clock window that you use when you're like, we are out, we'll be back from lunch within this amount of time. Why didn't you call the number, big man? Why'd you call the number, boss man? Why shouldn't he have gone to the building, boss man? Why shouldn't he have gone to the building O'Keefe style, boss man? Basic questions, basic answers. I'm just saying.
You guys have to understand what a lie by omission is. When Nick Shirley doesn't show you him calling the numbers and saying like, "Hey, I want my little kid to be here." If he called the numbers and they gave him a problem, then he's got a strong case. He refuses to do it. It's called a...
He refuses to do it. I claim and say, just because I said and claimed that he did. That means that he's lying. That would be the case if it was a lie by omission. But guess what? If a person truly thought that, why didn't you do that, boss man? Why shouldn't have you done that, boss man? The obvious question here is, because if they're defrauding people in the state, and we were to investigate it using numbers, they would recognize an out-of-state number, and they would likely then be tipped off to the investigation. So really, the accusation being made by PapaGut is the same accusation that could have been made by any person who's debated about this on any particular panel show, as well as any person who effectively is saying, your evidence is not sufficient enough for me to take it as serious. Therefore, I reject your work. You didn't investigate them the way that I wanted, therefore, there is no fraud happening. Also, there was fraud happening before you came, and that was sufficient enough, so why is it a problem now, forehead?
lie by omission. You guys need to be more aware of what's going on around you. When he doesn't show up when the daycare opens to see if kids are coming in and out, which is creepy, but he's the one trying to forcibly pull open doors to see kids. So I don't, that's just his journalism.
Pause. If the business is supposed to have children, and it's supposed to be taking care of children, assuming that they don't have the ability to afford private security with armed guards and men that are off-duty officers, plainclothes officers, or just registered, legal, licensed holders of firearms so that they can protect the children, it would be likely to believe, hey, yo, this is a place that got a daycare, right? Do you have entertainment? Do you have toys? Do you have stuff? Nigga, even a fucking building business that is taken over in my town, the former Best Buy, out near our first mall, not our strip mall, but the original first Peachtree Mall, has a Crunch Fitness. And that Crunch Fitness, should there be people that are getting exercise at the gym and are paying customers, has a daycare center where while you're there, they take care of your kid. In fact, just to be an asshole. Because of course I am. Let's see if I can find it on images. Because I remember being in there, and I did not take pictures of the facility because that would have been weird. But this is the local Crunch Fitness. Pictures taken about 2-ish years ago. Inside of the gym, they repurposed all of that original Best Buy floor space into exercise space for workouts and benches. The sign from the outside on the road where the original building was. Some of the inside private instructor rooms for focused training. The bars, the lockers, up-close use of people going into the tanning booths, shit like this. The front side of the business. Let me see if you can actually see it here from the side. But right here. This right here. This window right here, specifically. This window. This is the hours of business of the play area for the kids. It's not a very good picture for the person took, but you can see above the sign it says Kids Crunch. Hours posted Monday to Friday, 8 a.m., 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., 8 a.m. 8 a.m., 1 p.m. Noon to 6 p.m. Saturday, Sunday. Notice, toys. People who work the business that are watching over your kid while you're in the gym. It's as a simple reaction as that. So effectively, hey yo, I would like to see the facility. I'd like to see how the kids interact. I want to know whether or not social distancing or social interaction is going to be a problem. You're saying it's weird for a person to want to investigate that if they have a child. I have a child. I got one. Step parent. But me, I'm responsible with some of those decisions. That's one of the things that I investigated. Especially when I wanted her to go to the gym. Because the first problem is going to be Zulian. Someone has to watch him. I can't watch him here for reasons that have already been discussed, and I'm not going to over-explain. And it's not like we can dump him on his grandparents. It's not like we can just dump him on the babysitter whenever we want. No, somebody has to watch him. So, even if it was the case where she wasn't just doing it so that she can work to feed the house, herself, and him, she would want to know this information, and so would I. You're labeling that desire as creepy and weird, when actually it would be literally in the interest of the business to demonstrate that. That's why most private schools and why most private institutions usually have some type of home greeting / open house / housewarming presentation, either by allowing you to physically come into the building and see how people are interacting and operating, or giving you a tour of the facility virtually, either through interactive medium or by recording of process of the content as produced. Because obviously, unless it's a boarding school, the kids are not always going to permanently be there. I'm pretty sure ones in the chat, twos in the chat, we can say that's reasonable. If I'm somehow speaking something that is unreasonable, please, twos in the chat, tell me I'm retarded. But that is the case. That is the interest. Even if he poorly does it, that is something that should then be followed up by a better journalist to do so, except that they had already done so in the area. They had already done so in the area as a marketing of the information that was done by local news affiliates. So the thing that you're asking for has already been done. So you're capping. Again, the same logic we're talking about, PapaGut, was done over a fucking gym. A gym brand. And it's actually a really big brand. I didn't know how big Crunch Fitness actually was. But, same logic. Apparently, I'm weird, she's weird, every other parent that uses this job is weird. This woman who left this review on this business, that took it with her own fucking camera, this woman 2 years ago, she was weird. This camera's weird too. This one's weird too. Why would a person want to have information that is referring to the business that they happen to populate? Look, this one. This 8-second clip of her outside of Crunch Fitness walking away probably after her workout. She's weird too! Doesn't seem to have any fucking sound on it. But yeah, she's weird for wanting to take a selfie of the job and business she goes to. This person's weird for wanting to have a picture and photo of himself doing exercise. Weird for taking photos of the inside of the curriculum. You know, it's just all of this is weird. That's what we're saying, bro. That's all weird. Hey guys, would you like to be able to buy food from a store? Did you know that if you were to go in and you were to conversate about how different the prices at a fucking Walmart versus your local grocer, I'll use the ones from my area, how the prices between a Piggly Wiggly for fucking chicken and gizzards and pork and meat compared to a French market, or compared to an Aldi's, or compared to a Winn-Dixie. Did you know that if you do that, you're a fucking creep? How dare you investigate a business and its ability to give you quality cuts of butcher's meat? That's what you sound like, PapaGut. That's what you sound like.
When he's not doing things like that, that is a lie by omission. It is intentionally not done and shown in the video because they probably did do it. Either they didn't do it and they're completely worthless, or they did do it and they didn't get the results they wanted, so they removed it. It's a lie by omission. This is very important. You have to keep this in mind.
Pause. If that were the case, then you could have had somebody do the investigation. You could have done it yourself. You did not do it. Therefore, you're just begging the question because you want to be a lazy bastard and you want to cast aspersion on the material. Even with my own reservations about the content, the logic stands to writ that if I go to the physical business and they try to shoo me away saying that there is no business, but they're taking in business and claim, well, actually, we do actual business, I would have to question, why didn't you do business? If they say it's because of the giant entourage that's following behind you, then yes, you should probably do a better investigative job. Better investigative job than walking around with an entourage, with a camera, with spy equipment, with anything, and not do what I suggested, which is a year-long fiscal investigation that involves the state. Involve the FBI, involve the local law enforcement, involve the fraud department, involve the state legislature, involve the governor, involve all of the council people, and especially do an investigation of this, of how often this is happening within Ward 6. Investigate the special counsel person, investigate the housing authority lead, since he was originally the one who set this in place since 2019, and do a background check against everything that was done from 2019 to current year. And then put every single fucking person in chains. Would you like that? Would that have been viable to you, PapaGut? Would that be satisfactory for what you have wanted? No, it would not have been. It's because popular content creator exposed something, therefore you're mad about it. One's in the chat if you agree, two's in the chat if you don't.
That is one of the things that makes Nick Shirley such a dumb, disingenuous piece of dog shit. Lie by omission is very important for you to be aware of. That is a #1 thing you need to learn in your life.
Taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota.
And again, he said there were 14. All 14 of these were all the same. There's like 4 or 5 healthcare companies, and like 2 of them are they're not even copies. They're like they offer a similar service. So again, this is another lie that he did in the last video.
It became the most viewed video expose on the internet and created.
Yeah, it was an Epstein distraction. It was posted the same day.
Instant
we're not gonna buzz by a sec. Bring your fat ass back here. It was an Epstein distraction. Nick Shirley is a part of the organization trying to distract from Epstein. Listen, bro. Listen to me. Number one, sure. Let's go with your opinion. Sure, it was an Epstein distraction. Guess what we still don't have? The Epstein files. Guess what's not going to be changed by you trying to go after this and say that it was just an Epstein distraction? The Epstein files. So what are you saying? Are you saying that you're part of the diversion too? Because you're not the Epstein files. Go get me the Epstein files, fat man. Go get them! Bring them to us! We can do two things at once! Or is it maybe the case that this video just happens to have impeccable timing? That it wasn't released to distract from the Epstein files? Because I don't think Nick Shirley is a political content creator in that way. Fraud's still bad, by the way. Information is good. The fraud is still bad. Who cares?
Change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota.
Isn't it crazy that one kid with an intellectual disability was able to get Donald Trump to send a bunch of like agents on the streets, like engage in dictatorship behavior? Putting the military in the streets is dictatorship behavior. It's fucking insane and it's unnecessary.
The people that were being taken care of during those organized traffic stops was the attempt from Minneapolis to try and stop people that were trafficking children. And in many of those cases, because they kept withholding and holding up and locking up the officers and making them think that they were being ambushed by the collaborators and co-conspirators of that trafficking operation, this is the reason that many of them were on guard. Not only did a person lose their life, the dumbass, Renee, the kamikaze Karen, because of her desire to try and cross state lines. We haven't heard that one in a while, haven't we? To cross state lines from a state south of the border of the state that she came from to here to fight on behalf of the protesters. Just like that one white Karen who kept saying, it's ICE, don't come out, it's ICE, don't open up, you shouldn't be here, it's ICE. You allowed for those co-conspirators trafficking children to get away. Did you know that, PapaGut? Did you research that? No, we did not research that. Why do you think that wasn't researched? Probably because it was outside the narrative, because most people were focusing on the Somali crisis. That doesn't mean it's less important. It means it's as important at the same time. Widen your view. Widen your view, like your mouth. Widen your view. Widen it. Widen it, like the stretch between your two titties. Widen it!
Fraud in every state, but yet it's just Minnesota where Tim Walz, the currently like only real person on the left that Trump can aim himself at, that's where they're going.
Well, let's ask ourselves a serious question, PapaGut. Why was Tim Walz chosen as the running mate in the race? Do you remember? He had a self-funded campaign. Do you remember? Self-funded campaign of monies earned in his state from these various businesses. Let's ask another question. Let's target this one towards you and the audience. What do you think the political affiliations of the people who possibly helped raise that money with him happened to be? Were they a D or were they an R? Or were they a third party, like a libertarian? Or the Green Party? You don't need 3 guesses to figure out this one, bitch! And then after you've spent 0 of those 3 wishes, tell me, son, what do you think is more likely? That the apparatus of fraud is a part of the system of function for Minneapolis as it was being slush funded around for a particular people, and that these businesses were put in place and were held in place by leftists in the organization, handing the money out to those people, that then itself got funded somehow across state and into another country. Because that was the goal of the job, thus it explains where the money came from. And that half the reason why he has decided to suspend any attempt to seek re-election in a general campaign for the presidency is because this fraud is going to not just be career-ending for him, but career-ending for several career politicians in the state. Is it more likely that the fraud is frauding because this is where his money came from in the billions? Billions. And that if not him, and if not people under him, people in his state have decided to make the function of the government into a free slush fund for Democrats. They ain't got to go to the level of Act Blue. Just directly handing money from the taxpayer to these individuals that then gets funded overseas, that then goes back into the Somali communities, that does not leave the Somali communities. The dollar in does not become a dollar out. And that this is the reason why they are so protective and secretive about how they make their money, about where their money goes to, about how they do their jobs in business. If you ask yourself that question, it becomes pretty obvious. But no, they're choosing to attack him because he's the only person that can fight back against Trump, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Despite the fact that Tim Walz could not even have a conversation at the level of his vice presidential opponent. The less said about the harassment of the Indians in general, the better. But you're telling me that's the case. It must be this and nothing else. Okay, alright, let's see how that works towards the end, buddy.
Mixed in with Somalian people, non-white people coming here, which is part of the racist strategy to make it seem like it's all immigrants that are the problem in America and not the billionaires who steal money from the government and then don't pay their taxes.
Guess what happens when you try to continuously tax the government and tax the rich people? You end up taxing the middle class because the rich people end up being able to find ways through the loopholes because the tax code is written for those loopholes as kickbacks that are given to them because we are not properly doing the taxation of businesses that are responsible for trying to increase their wages and their earnings, thus forcing up and up and up the minimum wage and livable wage of an area to the idea price of $15, and yet you can't buy a damn thing with your goddamn cash. Investigated by going outside your house and going to the store. Oh, it's because we're trying to blame the migrants instead of the rich people. Is it not possible that it can be both at the same time? As well as one? It's not mutually exclusive. It's not mutually exclusive. Let's not carry away. Let's get through it.
Because they just take loans out against their net worth. It's very interesting. It is very interesting because like they can't go after Biden anymore. He's gone, and Kamala hasn't said a word. So Walz is the next one up. This is the new boogeyman. That's why it's Minnesota. That's why the GOP. That's why the local GOP. I guarantee you called up. I know they worked with Nick, but they called up Nick to get him over there. It's all set up. Trump is literally calling governors and different people in different states to be like, I need you to steal this election for me. I need you to find votes. That's what he was doing when he tried to insurrect the government.
So going away from the obvious insurrection calls. PapaGunt just said, the reason why Nick Shirley is doing this is because Trump specifically came to him and called him and said, investigate this and get eyes off me. That was the claim he just made right now. Let's go back in time. We're going to go back in time. Hear him say it again.
Local GOP, I guarantee you, called up. I know they worked with local GOP. I guarantee you, called up. I know they worked with Nick. Local GOP, I guarantee you, called up. I know they worked with Nick, but they called up Nick to get him over.
If not the president, local Republicans, local anti-Democrats called up a YouTuber and said, make a video in my state about this group, and you're going to drum up a lot of attention that's going to destabilize the political foundings of just general conversations in geopolitical standing in the state as well as in the country. That was the claim. That's a very extraordinary claim. Do you have any evidence? What was that? Your evidence is what? It came to you in a dream? This must be the case? That's why they're attacking him?
over there. It's all set up. Trump is literally calling governors and different people in different states to be like, I need you to steal this election for me. I need you to find votes. That's what he was doing when he tried to insurrect the government. You think it's beyond him to have to call like Minnesota GOP and say, you need to get this fucking absolute intellectually disabled fucking like slow speaking idiot here to put eyes on Tim Walz as another distraction from the fact that I'm in the Epstein files and probably a pedophile.
Haven't watched this content ahead of time. I literally just told you what was about to happen. And he did exactly and said exactly the words I said to the verbatim of my point. He is literally telling you that Nick Shirley made 1-2 videos on Minnesota and on the Somali fraud crisis because the local people told him to. Yes, I got a secret call ahead of time. Hello, single player Karel. I need you to distract the world from the Epstein's files. Make fun of this gay fat retard in front of his Funko Pops. Live on content. You've got it, Mr. President. For the pussies of all Americans. It's free! It's just free! It's just free! It's just free, bro! It's just free! It's just free!
Right? Like, you think that it's not connected? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Do I sound crazy? I feel like I'm not crazy. Everything is there. All the signs are there.
But here's the good sign. Is there evidence? PapaGunt, is there evidence? Is there evidence? Do you have evidence? Hello, my name is Barack Obama. I'm calling for single player call right now. And Mr. President, can I get banned? Ah, good joke, Fatal Crest. Good joke, good joke, good joke, good joke. Climate!
HHS froze over $185 million in all payments to childcare.
Wow, that sounds really bad since most of it's not fraudulent. That's pretty bad.
And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacist and far-right delusional conspiracy...
Because you're a white supremacist. Stop, say things more intelligently, please. And you are.
Pause. Most people are not... Well, technically he's a YouTuber, so he should actually know better to have public speaking skills. But, you know, sometimes people slur their words. You know... People slur their words sometimes. They say things they did not actually mean to say, and it sounds funnier as a gaffe afterwards. Most people are not going to stick on it, especially since in the content he says, I am being called by Tim Walz, a delusional conspiracy theorist, alt-right, right-wing supremacist. Maybe try not to be a grammar Nazi, PapaGunt. Ergot. Perhaps we should not try to be grammar Nazis in this day and age. And as you can see, trying to tone police a person who's trying to learn their grammar, just as Eris Kaisinat is doing, would make you into a bigot. And you know how we treat people over here in German land about bigotry, yes? Ah, yes. Although that is dead-ass hilarious funny. He posts a video on the internet saying, I quit, where he's saying he's going to basically stop all that original content he was doing before. Kai Cenat. And then he comes up and he's live and he is reading a book and he is Googling words with a thesaurus so he can learn to expand his lexicon and his dictionary. And niggas had the audacity to fucking make fun of him because he was trying to learn words. As the greatest sidebar of nigga slop we have ever seen on this side of the county, I've got to say, that is a dumbass strategy. That is the dumbest assness that has ever dumbassed its way across the fat ass of Twitch. And of course, his fucking cohorts are trying to follow suit and trying to follow the trend, because he's currently absorbing attention from that. Is that also an alt-right conspiracy theory meant to distract people from the news, PapaGunt? Niggas learning words? Your argument, not mine! Although, if we're being dead ass, it's as good as the pivot that Gideon made when he decided to stop being a content creator and went for God. Was that also, too, an alt-right conspiracy theory to distract people from current popular news and current trends in the current media? And I don't know. It might be the case that it's always the black sun. It's always somehow the black sun. But I wouldn't know because I'm not a grammar Nazi. But and if I have to become one, I think that would be the smart thing to say here, und Gott. I think that would be the smart thing to say here, und Gott.
Only issue with Somalians is that they're black. He admitted.
No. Somalians have black skin, but they are not black. They are African. Politicized blackness. Politicized blackness, sir, is something that has to do with a political leaning. They are not politically black. They are politically Somalian. It's the same difference between an African and an African American. Let's not use the slur that they call us. They don't see themselves as black. They see themselves as Somali. They are closer to the potential of being Middle Eastern than they are being West African. Hell, since we're already on the pivot, consider the reason why Speed on his Africa tour did not go to Somalia. It's because the places that he went to were first or second world. And as he was being stream sniped about it, imagine if he was being sniper sniped about it. Like, we want to keep it a stack? Do we want to be for real right now? Do we want to keep it a stack? He didn't go to a place where he was going to get bullet hosed. We know this for a fact. Same thing with China. Same thing with the Chinese tour. He didn't go to a place where he was going to get bullet hosed. Certainly, he had to deal with getting trolled and getting stream sniped by people like White Speed. But let's keep it a stack. Let's keep it a buck. He has somebody on hand to tell him, do not give White Speed attention. He's trying to stream snipe you. Do you think he didn't have a team that was making sure he was safe, that said, don't go to this country, they will shoot you, they will rob you because they will know who you are, and they will take you for your money? That has nothing to do with racism because Africans and Somalians are supposed to be black people. It has to do with they live in a shithole. Hey, broadcaster, hey, streamer who's worth millions, don't go to this shithole. It's a shithole. But alright, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. The white leftist is going to speak on behalf of all the African Americans. He put on his racism hat. Therefore, he knows. It's like Blue's Clues. Only a Heil Hitler, like with your brain cell. You see, that's how it works. The bill of the cap chat is how they Heil Hitler. Notice if you can, as I grab one of my own from the closet. If I can even fucking find one. I got my fucking dungarees, but I can't find my actual bill caps. Oh, I found one. Notice, chat. Notice, if you will, when one creates a bill on the hat, and they wear the hat thusly, notice how it sticks up at a 45-degree angle. You know what else sticks up at a 45-degree angle? The Hawken Cruise. Yes, for the low, low price of fucking up your hairline and your hair so you look like I do, you too can Heil Hitler for free. That's what the hats are for. That's what's happening right now. Every white liberal wearing a hat is tapping into the power of Nazism. How can you be able to prove it as such? Take him, take the hat off. Show that big, beautiful, bald-ass head of yours. It's just as logical, you know. It's just as miracle. I don't have any evidence to prove this as such, but you know, I learned that not having evidence and not being researched doesn't matter. I said it, therefore it's real. So do it right now. Take off your hat for Jesus Christ. Take off your hat for Jesus Christ. He's going brim to brim! Hat for hat does not sound as cool to me as brim for brim, but you know. Neither here nor there. How do people like PapaGunt develop this type of mentality? Anything for the views. Anything for the views. Anything for the views. But Carl, what about people with bad hairlines? Well, you should have had better genetics. You should have had better genetics, you know? You should have had better genetics. You should have had better hair. Your parents should have fucked better people. Pick better dads. Pick better moms. Pick better dads. Pick better moms. Go back in time and go have your dad impregnate somebody who's going to give you a better, fuller, flusher form of hair. Since it comes from the matrilineal line rather than the paternal line. That's all I can tell you. Apparently, there is no other decision. Fuck fashion sense. It's all Nazism. It's not done yet because I haven't checked it yet. Her dinner's almost ready. Hello, Tusky. Let's return.
In his conversation with Andrew Callahan, you can just go watch my video on it. He admits it. That's his biggest issue, is that they're black. That's it. He's racist. He's a dumb, racist little bitch.
Conspiracy theorist for exposing the fraud. Meanwhile,
we already knew about the fraud.
Actually dropped out of running for re-election,
which I thought was a weak move. Apparently his family's getting harassed, so I get it, but at the same time, you shouldn't be dropping out right now. Optically, it looks terrible. It looks like it makes people think that Nick is correct because of it.
Pause. It's because he is correct, and so would all the people who would have already known about the fraud. Meaning, we uncovered more fraud, again. But more importantly, I think that is the stupidest angle to come from. I'm running for election for the government of this United States of America because I'm being targeted by people that, per your narrative, are just evil, white, bigot, Nazi racists that hate people. I feel so weakly about my position that I'm going to step out of the race because I have my family to consider, except for the fact that I should stand up for my ideas and my principles, and I'd be an example of a leader that is going to stand firm despite harassment and antagonization of my position to show you what kind of a person I can be. I will not do those things, and I will instead bend and cuck and break, because I am a little pussy bitch that when you apply any amount of pressure and praxis to me, I fold like a wet napkin. Oh my god, he's so brave, he's so strong. Oh, those evil white Nazis, how dare you make him stand down. Does that sound like an argument to you? Does that sound like reality to you? Apparently it is. For several people. Not just in politics, but in gaming too. But y'all can tune in for that on Monday. Boomer has given me the date for that. The continuation of the PIP will be on Monday at 4 p.m. So, you know. It's always white people. It's always white people bigotry racism. White people bigotry Nazi racism.
The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Leering Center were exposed.
Isn't it kind of funny that, like, okay, so it's funny that the guy who couldn't pronounce benevolent, the religious Mormon guy, didn't know what the word benevolent meant.
I'm going to go ahead and cut you off at the pass, Papa Gut, because whatever you're about to say is completely retarded dog shit compared to what I'm about to say. Oh, yes, I, the broadcaster, am going to cherry pick words and grammar Nazi, content creator, who happened to have a hard time saying a large $5 word like benevolence, because I would like to come in defense of the educational center that is supposed to be responsible for child care, child rearing, and child education that cannot spell quality learning as quality leering. Yes, that is who I wish to come in defense of. I come in defense of the people that when making a business chose to let their sign that represents them to the outside world, which is obviously a case of fraud, actively show that they do not know how to think wisely of this by making a sign that said leering. Certainly, that is a smart thing that I do. That is a smart thing that I argue for and do, for I am a smart person with smart opinions. Why did my thing break? There you go. That is a very intelligent thing that a person does. That is a very intelligent argument that a person is making. Yes, that is very smart, Papa Gut. That is very smart.
Literal religious word. That's number one. Number two, have you guys ever been to like fucking Chinatown or something? Everything's spelled wrong. Like, who gives a shit?
I can promise you that a business, if they were to try and spell things in their native language, they would not get it wrong. If they spell something in a second language, they should probably hire a person that would be able to get them a sign that spells it right. Assuming you want to go by the family structure, the children help the parents work together to learn the language in the country that they happen to immigrate to so they can be able to make business, offset work. Alternatively speaking, they create a job in a business and then they go to a person whose job it is in graphic design, who graphic design is their passion, to create a sign that represents their business and their views and their ideas, that is spelled correctly in the language of the culture that they happen to be in the denominated nation of, so that they do not look like a fucking asshole. Apparently, this is not something that occurs in the mind of Papa Gut. Papa Gut, what's your nationality? Maybe it's because he's Danish. Maybe it's because he's from Denmark. Maybe it's because he's Finnish. Maybe he has these views about shit like this because that's just how his brain works. I don't know. I just have to take guesses. Evidence? What's that?
Right? And number three, this Leering Center had so many violations when it came to the kids. So there are obviously kids in there, and they shut down.
But are there as many children as they claim on the government paperwork for them to receive the monies that they got from the government? Maybe you're dumb. Maybe you're born with it. Maybe you're retarded. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Because it was run poorly. Wow, we've exposed the fraud. Incredible.
However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah?
You know, Papa, if I were a person that had their child at this place as a means of taking care of them, even if I were a Somali, I would probably find it very interesting if they were committing fraud and they were using my child to be paid for it. If I pay my babysitter $20, $25, $30, $40, infinity X number of dollars, because you can't put a price on childcare, and they are then taking that same deal from other people as well, and then they register paperwork that allows them to file their residence as a part-time business with the state, that then gives them $1 billion a year. And they're receiving more funding from the government than they're receiving from other parents that are paying for the childcare. I think all of those parents and myself alone in this hypothetical would be very angry, because it's like, wait, you're getting $1 billion from the government? Why are you charging me nearly so much absorbent money? Can't you reduce this since you are now being subsidized by the government? If that person had said to me, but you know, it's just so hard for me to upkeep all this business and money, as they pat themselves down with the sweat of their brow, of their cash, I think I might go upside somebody's motherfucking head. Dead ass, for real. One's in the chat, two's in the chat. Am I lying?
Video, I will take you into what has been...
Are you gonna go to Texas next? Are you gonna go to Texas? Oh, where are you gonna go? What is blue and white rideshare app? What the fuck is this? Is this another? This is another undisclosed advertisement that he's doing inside of his video. By the way, just to be clear.
Except that when he had other advertisements, including the personal defense security that he had protecting him during his filming, as well as other sponsors that he had attached to his content, he revealed them as part of the material. Is he claiming to have been supported by Blue and White? Is this what you're arguing for? Is it something that was not being presented as a part of the advertisements that is in his content? Or are you just claiming that it must be? Do you know? We're only at 1 minute. We're only at 1 minute 17 on your marker of this video, Papa Gut. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Ain't that crazy? You can just divine this as true. Ain't that crazy? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I need to deliver dinner to her table. 1 second. 1 second. There's only one left. You need 1 hour. There's only one left. Drink the rest of it. Okay. Let's continue. Also, addendum before we start again. Why Texas? Wouldn't Texas love to know whether or not the people that are coming from California happen to be continuing any of the processes and programs that made California into a shithole? I think they would love to know if there's fraud going on there, don't you think? Wouldn't everybody want to know if there's fraud going on in the state so that they can address it and fix it? What kind of dig is that?
Continue to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange business.
He got fucking hoodies with the fucking logo. Oh no! Oh no!
Connect all of the dots for you, exposing all.
Hey yo, can you sell those, bro? Hey yo, can you sell those? Oh shit, that's funny. That's funny. He just hates Texas because it's red. Well, see, he can continue hating it from a distance because I'm pretty sure he doesn't fucking live there, does he? Because if he does, oh, that'd be wonderful. Why do you live in a state that you hate, bro? Did you move there for tax evasion reasons? Just like all the other broadcasters and streamers that left from fucking California? Oh no, that would be bad for your narrative. Because that's actually a case of what they all did. Organizations, businesses, companies, all leaving for tax havens. Because they either need and want the business, or they want to move away from the policies that are costing them money out the ass to operate inside that state. Or any other state that happens to be way too much to live in, by that matter. Because if he lives in the East Coast, you're living in some of the most expensive places. Oh yes, pride in my state, pride in my state. But that is the case of what people do move for. People do move to money launder. They do move to get tax havens and to do tax evasion. But whatever. It's only bad when it's people you hate. Whatever.
The fraud from strange connections of the business owners.
Oh wow, somebody got arrested. That's crazy. A Somali alien in Minnesota convicted of welfare fraud. Picture with Rep Omar and Governor Walz. Okay. Hold on a second. I see something.
He's cooking something up. He's in his gun kitchen. He's gunting it up. Let's see what he's doing. Oh.
I love that they call him an alien, because he's obviously a legal immigrant here, but they call him an alien to insinuate he's an illegal immigrant. Thank you for the $5 from...
Yeah, but I don't care what Fox News fucking says, because Fox News is going to be just as hyper-politicized as CNN and any other business. What do they say on Ground News? Hashtag not sponsored.
Jack Esposito at the gym hitting core, then library and mass. 10 years ago, after high school, I tried applying at a daycare, and they said apply online and wouldn't let me in. Crazy. Definitely crazy. You're right. Oh, dude, I love... Oh. Wait, hold on. So I want to see if I can find this. Hold on. Thank you so much for the $5 from Skeeter Love. After seeing the interview with Andrew Callahan, I feel like dunking on Nick has to be ableist. Yeah, probably. Oh... I'm actually going to come. I think I'm going to come pretty hard right now.
Here's your come. Close your eyes. Close your mouth. Close your eyes.
Hold on a second. Oh, I'm actually going to come. Hold on. Oh, yes. I'm going to come. Thank you for the 36-month small gut from Sam. That's a long time.
Stop edging me. Give it to me, sir. Stop edging me.
Happy 3 years, pal. To many more. To many more. Oh, guys, I really need to emphasize how funny this situation is. We're going to do some fact-checking here. Hey, guys, I'm Nick Shirley. I exposed a bunch of fraud. Look at this Somali alien in Minnesota convicted of welfare fraud because of me. Guys, when did I...
Is Nick Shirley Fox News? No. But okay, let's see where we're going here.
Release my video? Let's see. I released my video... Okay, I released my video 2 weeks ago. Wait a minute. Is this a report from a month ago? Oh, wait a minute. This happened before I came there. This happened... Oh, this happened before I went there. Oh, I didn't expose this. Everything that I reference are things that happened before I showed up. Because the...
This person is having... This person's lying. This didn't happen because of my investigation. It happened before it. So what you're saying is that there was legitimate fraud, and the fraudster was somebody who was literally in touch and had been pictured with Tim Walz and Elon Homar at 2 separate events for the cameras. So you're saying that they are in contact with the person and knew them well enough to allow them through their security detail. This does not say what you think it means, PapaGut. Remember, he was going to come all over himself because he thought this is very, very relevant to the point he was making. It is not. What was this like when this was being attacked with Jay on Twitter? She said something about the state of Chicago, because she's from Chicago. Somebody then tried to filibuster her and tell her, actually, lol, no, this didn't happen during this time. This was older. And it's like, damn, this is older? Imagine how much dog shit it must be now. Well, actually, your point would only be salient if it was actually relevant. If it was recent content, but it's not recent content. It's from years ago. This is that. This is that connection there. It is very important to his narrative that he tells you that this information is supposed to be out of context from Nick Shirley and his investigations. But it's forgetting the fact that if there's fraud in the state, and somebody's bringing attention to more fraud in the state, this is quite literally a red herring. Big move, genius. Big feels, bro. Big feels, big nut pile. Now clean it up.
Fraud investigations were already going on before Nick Shirley. How many times is he going to do this? He talks about how Tim Walz has been investigating this before he did everything. He references things that have already happened before he did a goddamn thing. But here we go. We got another video jerking himself off. I did everything, guys. I did it. I know I dropped my video 2 weeks after this was discovered, but this was because of me. Do you believe in time travel? I mean, he's fucking Mormon, so maybe. But this is...
He's time traveling, guys. He's time traveling, rather than actually being the point at which most people would need to reference. Because it is, unironically, like Carl has said in the past, open wide for the Cockney sandwich! Because his video is a jumping off point for normies. I know you know this. It's called breaking containment. If people were not invested in this news, and they became invested upon seeing his content in his video, because they wanted the issue put in front of them in a way that they can disseminate all the points and all of the information and all the relevance in a single instance, any more different than if I was to make a video about it, or if Jay was to make a video about it, or if I was to do something like, oh, I don't know, a wide broad stream live stream that is currently running concurrently for you to consume it right now. Ting! That would be something that people could be able to consume at their own leisure, and thus get information and context to what's happening. They might even be able to get deeper dive information from the person who is the master of ceremonies presenting the content to them. Some kind of, African American, everything but Asian mutt that has the blood and the interest and the time and the investment to choose to entertain you with such educational entertainment. Edutainment, you might say. You might even say that man is Carl. Ting! You might even say that he is single player, Carl. Ting! You might say that the purpose of the content is for them to become informed by it, while entertained with the person's antics. Making you abreast of arguments that are being made by people like yourself, PapaGunt. You might say that that is the reason why people became knowledgeable about the situation, because they knew nothing, and then they learned this, and now they can be able to reference it. Should Nick Shirley say, I'm the one who caused it? Well, that depends. Was he the one that caused the investigations? Probably not. Was he the other person who caused for the funds to be paused because of how widespread it was, and how obvious it was from a YouTube video? Maybe. But was he the one responsible for packing in the Walz campaign? Yes, he was. Put some respect on it. Put some respect on his name. Put his respect on it.
Insane. Like, we have to start seeing, like, the massive holes inside.
Hit it! He had Hitler with his brim! He did it with his Nazi brim! Look!
We have to...
Right there! He held it! Right there! This is not a distraction from the content. As was said by PapaGunt, when people bring things to your attention, it's because it's being used to distract from the Epstein's files. I, myself, am a part of the conspiracy theory to distract from the Epstein files. We're going to look at it again. Look, watch how he adjusts his brim. Witness it, chat. Witness how he adjusts his brim. And that this proves...
believe in time travel? I mean, he's fucking Mormon, so maybe. But this is insane. Like, we have to get...
Boom! Right off! He Heil Hitler in that exact instance. This is the hard-hitting information you come to for the Nappy Negro News Network. This is what it feels like to live in the world of PapaGunt. Right now. This is what it feels like. Do you feel good? Do you feel not dizzy?
We have to start seeing like the massive holes inside of this kid's story. He's done nothing. We knew there was fraud. He harasses daycares. He doesn't call the telephone numbers. He doesn't show up when the daycare's open to see if kids are going in. He shows up for like 20 minutes, harasses people, and then leaves. That is not investigative journalism. If you think it is, your IQ is in the actual toilet. You are a stupid person if you believe Nick Shirley. This is pathetic. A Google search debunked the narrative every single fucking time.
Google, the place that says don't do evil but actively cooks the books and tells the AI to send you towards results that don't result in hate speech. Yes, perfect narrative. Perfect narrative at all.
This is embarrassing, dude. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for this kid. Thank you for the $5 for 19 kilometers. Let's see how high the Somali word counter is. Then he can tell people how it's not about race. Yeah, exactly. But here we go, guys. He did this, by the way.
And
Somali isn't a race. It's a demographic. It would be a genetic marker based in a region that you could track because of the genetics that would have developed from living in the region. No more different than my genetics or your genetics, chat. Somali is not a race. It is an ethnicity. I know this is hard for people to get because it's very easy to conflate the two, but it's an ethnicity, not a race. At best, he wouldn't be a racist, he'd be a classist. Unless we're saying Somalis are black and therefore they live in squalor and they're stealing money because it's a part of blackness, then whatever.
Politicians who have openly admitted to the fraud on interconnection, fraud to business.
I wish he would show the date.
Politicians.
He won't show the date, dude. He's just so afraid to show the date. He's afraid to show the date, dude.
Openly admitted to the fraud on live TV and to dive.
He's afraid to show the date. That's why the date can be found if you go looking for the information that is a part of this particular person and the context that he is familiar with Walls and Omar. Not that this happened before his video was made. Context, details, references, journalism. PapaGunt knows all about that, drama YouTuber.
Deep into the fraud, I met back up with the local David, who has been investigating.
Local conspiracy theorist. Great.
So, as I was saying before about the malls, this is probably the secondary mall. This is probably the Taj Mahal mall that they're inside of right now at this business. So they not only went into the businesses for healthcare and childcare, but they also went into the actual physical legal businesses. But they're choosing to encourage them about fraud that is happening from what should be the daycares. That, bad form. But basically what he's doing here is he's going to the people that are from the community and asking the community what they think about this investigation. But he's asking the community what they think. So basically he's doing man on the street reviews right now. But you don't like that either because literally there's fraud, but the tactics are wrong and you're harassing people. Which, yes, we already covered that cross.
David, who has been investigating.
Local conspiracy theorist. Greatest day in his life. His wife, his kids, they all left him, but he gets to look famous.
This widespread fraud scandal for years. So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud.
He's been watching Fox News for years, getting told all the information that's already happening. It's incredible.
You have adult daycare fraud. You have healthcare fraud.
How do you have adult daycare fraud? Why do you think that? What is that based on?
So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud. You have adult daycare fraud.
How do you know there's adult daycare fraud?
You have healthcare fraud.
How do you know there's not?
How do you know that there's healthcare fraud?
And you even have more fraud.
Wow, what fraud is that?
It's probably the fraud that was reported from the state numbers that the older gentleman kept waving around, which I would love to know where those numbers come from, but since this is accreditation from investigation that was already done, it's probably from those investigations that you talked about already pre-existing. PapaGunt? Yeah, what fraud? The fraud that was investigated on that you're telling him that he shouldn't claim. That one. That one. I mean, that's what I would probably answer for, because you just keep saying, but there's already been fraud. We already knew about it. Okay. He's getting the numbers from the fraud that already existed, that they already investigated, that they already shut down, and that they're going to probably have to shut down again because they're defrauding more. Again, 1's in the chat, 2's in the chat. Am I lying? Am I wrong? Am I lying? Am I wrong?
That's also taking place here inside of Minnesota.
What, Pokemon cards? What's next?
Well, what I think might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical...
Who cares? I mean, like, we're going to see here, like, oh, there's probably...
Pause. I would care. Because as we discussed the last time we went over it, non-emergency medical transportation means that there's a person who is signed to the state that is responsible for taking people from and to medical appointments so that they may be able to keep up with their health care. I have people that are friends of the family that are responsible for me assisting my mother to her appointments and back again. But unfortunately, part of this is that I cannot always go with her. I have to stay with her or stay here at the home to make sure there is someone here to take care of her and to have the home upkept and to have her food prepared so that she may be continued to be taken care of. So, if I couldn't get those people to help, I would get this non-emergency medical transport to do it. And if a person is defrauding medical transport to claim that they're doing their job but they're not, that would be just as big as a fraud, even more procedurally important as fraud, as the fraud of a daycare. Because if that person is defrauding them and not doing their job, and then a non-emergency medical transportation system or service or instance becomes an actual emergency, that person is liable for not only the life of the person or persons that are at risk because of them not doing their job, they are at risk of all the monies that was spent and that was expended for them to do their job becoming substance of evidence of material fraud that then will put them and pound me in the pooper federal prison. Prison! So, I would care. Because that would be your loved one. That would be somebody else's loved one. Oh, who cares? How about the people of the state? How about the people whose loved ones could be at victim of the fraud? Why is it so crazy?
Is fraud. It's a whole chain of events. We're not seeing anything happen. We've already gotten arrests and convictions before this. And charges. What are we talking about? Okay.
Transportation.
We already convicted people before, so we should never convict anybody again. This crime is permanent, eternal double jeopardy. Once a person has been convicted for the crime of murder in my state, we will never put people away for murder again, for we've already put people away for murder. What kind of fucking logic is that, PapaGunt? Huh?
NEMT. My research has shown that
His research has shown
there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota.
there are 1,020 transportation companies in Minnesota. Okay. Let's do a fact check. Okay. Okay, so I see what's happening. So they do something, they do a broker network. So if this is going to be similar to like how Amazon is a company that delivers or that
Pause. PapaGunt, I thought we just said who cares? Why are you investigating and fact checking it? That's something that somebody would do, right? Somebody who cares would fact check the thing that was just said. It is hypocritical, hypocritical, pseudo-intellectual, interdimensional neo-fascism if you choose to investigate things that a person says and you say who fucking cares about this and then you demonstrate that you care about it, right? This is the logic that you're presenting me. Who cares? You're investigating it right now. So who else should care? The state, right? Civilians, right? Ones and twos in the chat. Am I lying? Hey guys, what are we going to eat for dinner? Oh my god, who cares what we eat for dinner? But you know, I've been thinking about going to this place that serves a really good sauve bois and red wine. Bro, I thought you just said who should care about dinner. Like, nigga, why are you taking me at my words and not just listening to my arguments? What the fuck's wrong with you? Are we living in the real world? Is this real time? Is this real life? Is this a fantasy? Am I just caught in a landslide? No escape from reality?
You know, delivers your goods or whatever, but they will outsource to other people sometimes. It's basically like that. It's just not a comprehensive intelligent system. But like,
it's not a comprehensive and intelligent system, meaning it could be subject to fraud if a person understood the system and knew how to work it, and or it is easy to unintentionally commit fraud if one did not take the time to specifically ensure that they were doing everything correct and right. That's what a smart person would say, but, you know, I guess we're not smart people. All hail PapaGunt and his massive, massive Coomer brain that he's hiding with his Nazi cap.
There's a massive broker, which is Motive Care, right here. Then there's apparently on-demand, like, app-based as well. I mean, this is just poor infrastructure, and honestly, let's be real, it's capitalism. That's why there's so many different companies.
It's just like the debate, guys. It's not fraud. It's not intentional malicious actors. It's just capitalism. It's because the system isn't regulated and fine-tuned. It's because government. It's because money. It's because corruption. But not corruption from people in the system. I'm going to say a very controversial take that many people will agree with. If the problem is big business, then why not reduce the big business? If the problem is big government, why not reduce big government? If the problem is big business and big government, why not investigate the services from big business and big government and then jail and fine and remove the people responsible for it and ensure that they are tarred and feathered so everybody knows that they are part of a fraud campaign? Ones and twos? Is that controversial? Oh no! People are defrauding us because the business is too big to fail. Cut it. You need to cut it. 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 Like I don't get it. Like, is this hard to get? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Is it so difficult and hard?
Yeah. Cut it.
So it's like, if I go up to it and say, hey, Mr. President, why is it that we can't be able to figure out why we can't do this job? Well, you know, little Susie, it's just because there's a lot of fraud going on in the state, and we got to investigate it all. There's too much to do. And if little Timmy says, suddenly that's impossible to do? Huh? Hey, Mr. Man, I can't figure out where my meat provider is sending all of my cows from my free-range field and why I'm having a failure on return of both chicken, egg, and meat prices from the dairy and meat farmers. I don't know. There's just too many things happening in the system right now. We can't be able to figure it out. I think you need to...
Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Them bricks is way too high. You need to cut it.
Hey, silicone manufacturers, GPU and video card manufacturers. We're having a lot of problems being able to keep up the revenue and the movement of the silicone and the silicone production, especially since 1/3 of all silicone in the world has now been dedicated to AI production. We have a lot of opportunities that are being denied from us that we cannot be able to do because we cannot be able to afford the actual business practice now. What should we do?
Your price is way too high, you need to cut it. Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it.
Apparently, as the kids usually say, this is the fix everything button that nobody wants to press. I wonder, PapaGunt, who would want to not touch a button that requires bigger government and thus bigger opportunities for oversight to miss fraud? Would it be people who are for big government and thus believe in socialist and communist policies? Or people who believe in smaller government, where in smaller government, they hand it to the state, and then the state investigates it, and if they find the fraud, they...
Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. Them bricks is way too high, you need to cut it.
Like, well, again, what are we talking about? Certainly, you understand geopolitical issues, PapaGunt, as you're sitting here making claims. This makes me look like I got titties. Look at that. Cleavage mark. Yes. You keep saying these things as though you understand the geopolitical strategy. So, don't you think that the fraud, if it's frauding because there's too much fraud, would be solved by shortening the gap and making the business smaller and making the funds smaller and removing the funds until we can affirm who's doing it logistically and legally correct and who is defrauding the state? Apparently no, because if we look into the fraud, then we're going to find bigotry and racism. And if we ever come across bigotry and racism, like the silence of Doctor Who, what we should do is avert our gaze and forget about it. Oh no, I solved the fraud. Oh, ignore the fraud. Oh, what fraud are we talking about? What fraud could we ever possibly... Oh my god, I solved the fraud again. Oh my god, why am I in this room? Why do we care about fraud? What fraud should we care about? Oh my god, it's the fraud again. Man, this fraud ain't real, bro. Yes, this is a definitely intelligent pattern. This is a very definite, very strong pattern. This is a very smart technique. This is very salient to a political theory that should be applied broad strokes across all the states in our United States of America. It should be done across the union, and it should happen at the federal level so that we can allow for even more fraud. Yes. James Kim is finally over our battle with the election. Oh my god. I'm gonna DM that to her right now. Wow, but it's funny.
It's so funny that the undertone of a lot of these is like, hey, there should be one centralized structure. It's like, oh, okay, so like something that's like more socialist. Oh no, we're anti-socialist. It's like, okay, we guys gonna have to kind of pick one. Do you want the free market to take care of these, or
having socialist policies does not mean we become commies by connection. Having social policies does not mean that you are inherently socialist. Having some basic common idea and structure about how you do things and do them appropriately so they follow policy does not make you anti-possibility. Because really what you're saying is that they should be against doing things if they don't do it the way that you want. That's the measure that we're getting here. PapaGuts says you can't do policy, you can't do politics, you can't do review, you can't do drama, you can't do gaming, you can't do marketing unless you do it the way that he sees forth. And if you say that you're anti this, and he says, but this is just something that is how this works, then you are dumb and retarded and gay. I don't think that's how it should work. Plus, socialism would make it worse, because if we started giving away free shit, it would actually crumple faster. Look over at all the states that already have free healthcare. Hell, go look over at the Frostbacks over in Canada. If a person were to have a national healthcare and they were to have, quote, free healthcare, they would get made into a coffin. I don't know. I don't think that's the proper kind of healthcare we should have. Unless, of course, the goal is to be super deeply racist and bigoted, and therefore your idea is that actually that's what they do want, so that they can choose to just euthanize all the people that they hate. You know, like a fascist. Like an evil police state. You know, here's the thing that's questionable about that, by the way, PapaGunt, sidebar. If I believed that it was an evil fascist police state that was trying to do things to me, would I risk my life and go out into public and choose to protest against that evil police state that doesn't follow rules and laws? And start harassing them, spitting on them, attacking them with my vehicle? Is that something that I would do if I was so scared of that evil fascist police state? I think I wouldn't. You know why? Because I'd already be scared of the fascist police state. I only have so little. I wouldn't want them to take as much from me as they already would. I'd be under the radar, right? Not above, under the radar? No? I go out into street and traffic and I say, beat this, Ganondorf! And I throw a fucking ball in his head so that he can fucking Thanos me out of the world with a light buck? That's what I do? Eat this, Thanos! Eat this, Mona! Eat this, Maduro! Yes, that's what people are actively doing when they have the fear stopping them from doing so, along with an actual police state keeping them from actually contesting the things of power. Oh, wait, what's that? We did what? And it happened shorter than that one gay scene inside of Stranger Things Season 5? Huh? You mean that exact thing happened? What did the leftists do? They lectured the Venezuelans and told them, actually, you don't think this is a good thing. They're just trying to get you for your oil. Oh, no! Crazy, huh?
Do you want it to be more of a socialized governmental program to take care of these? But okay, I got it.
And
I'm surprised you can count that high.
more than 90% of them are Somali-owned.
Who cares?
And so right here on the table, what do we have? All this information right here.
How do you know that?
How do you know that that the demographics say that they're Somali? Who cares if it's Somali? Well, if I have a black business that's doing it right, and I have at least 83 Somali businesses, and more than half of them are doing it wrong and defrauding the state, and then I have 50 white businesses, and they're doing it right, all of them doing it right by code, am I going to choose to castigate the black business who's doing it right because the Somalis who are supposed to be politically and or demographically black, which are not, are doing it wrong? Should they be punished because of the actions of that group? Or should they be viewed individually, meritocratically? Apparently, don't question it, don't ask, why are you even looking?
90% of them are Somali owned.
So I have a number of companies that are local here in the Twin Cities, and this is just a fraction of the companies that are out there. What I found was that the national average.
Thank you for the $5 from by Foront. He would know fraud. His parents probably fuck it. True.
For a non-emergency medical transport.
By the way, because it's obvious, you know something that you should probably not do? Stochastic terrorism and also 2 minutes of hate. When you have people paying you money so that you can harass people at a distance, and it's not open-ended jokes, but it's just generally, hey, I want to pay you money so that I can call this person a troglodyte degenerate. You probably shouldn't do that. You probably shouldn't do that. Because that's not criticism of his policies. That's just trying to bully him across the internet because you think he's bullying other people on the internet. Therefore, it's only acceptable because now you're the correct person doing the bullying. Clearly the correct criticism here is that you shouldn't be doing the bullying, I should be doing the bullying, right? I'm smaller than your channel, therefore I should be punching up at you, therefore I should be attacking you, therefore it's only justified if it comes out of my mouth. That's right, chat. You're only here for the low cost of $2.50 and above. You can be able to pay me money to call him a fucking retard. That's right, pay me to tell PapaGunt he's a fucking retard. Because that's the way that it should work. Apparently in the mind of people who do fucking coverage. We can also decide that it's just okay to make fun of people. And that you have to have tougher skin to do this job. But, collectivist issues tell me that it's just right. It's what we should do. It's what the Longhouse would want. Not to be confused with the Long Boys. Not to be confused with Jay Long, no, but the Longhouse. The feminist lens and view of contemporary politics in society as controlled and heralded by women and feminists and awfuls. We should do what they say, and we should listen to you, a representative of that Longhouse. Yes, yes. Too true, too true.
Transportation company is 20 vehicles per company. A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment, some are in a house, some are in a convenience store.
Well, some of them are connected to the infrastructure of like Uber and Lyft. So it kind of makes some sense. Like, again.
Pause. No, it wouldn't. That's like saying it makes sense to run a citywide metro service out of a residential. No. If it's a service that interacts and interfaces with other parts of commerce to the point that it's a subfluence of the gig economy, they would run out of a proper building. They would not run out of a residential. You could have a cab driver that takes their cab home with them as a operator for a taxi service. Say that their taxi's base is at their residential, next to their normal car. But you would not have a business like Banana Pay, for example, registered to a residential building unless the residential building was converted into a business. Like, it would not be the headquarters for an entire operation that's a multi-million-dollar economy. That would not be the case. Because that would be both, one, inefficient, and two, generally bad for actual logistics.
Examples of providers. You got like the largest brokers, and then you have on-demand app-based Lyft, Uber, often with specialized NEMT options. Numerous smaller ambulance, car, or van services. So, like, if you're an individual, you, like, let's say you're somebody who works for Uber, but you're NEMT certified, then you would register, like, your business or whatever to your house or your apartment or something like that. The fact that this is so loosely structured can show that there's some kind of fraud. Again, they've already been investigating.
Oh, they've already been investigating it, so it doesn't matter. But actually, the system in which you just described it would be the case for individual people, not for the kind of healthcare coverage that you would expect from something like AstraZeneca. So you're conflating the two things. So you understand the problem, but again, why should we care? It's already been investigated. Stop looking away. Stop looking at it.
These different things. So it's not really something to be that concerned with.
Some of them...
Don't be concerned about fraud, guys. Don't be concerned about fraud. It's not your job to be concerned with it. It's PapaGuts' job to be concerned with it. He'll tell you when you're supposed to care.
There's nobody there.
And so why would there be such a
just like Mr. Beast Burger
need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
So if you think of
this guy has no meaningful answers. He's not an investigator.
This transportation as the hub of...
Pause. I would argue that a person who looks into things and is demonstrating the actions of an investigative reporter can function as an investigative reporter. What you mean to say is that this person isn't a reporter, is that they're not a widely known and respected reporter that has been seen before investigating things before. He's not a James O'Keefe. He's not a Sophia Norwitz on the ground in Minneapolis. He's not a me. He's not a Jay Longbone. He's not a public figure that I already know of. Therefore, I can say whether or not he's legal or not. Again, I will be the one to tell you whether or not it's legal or not. Trust me, PapaGut, I know what's best for you. What does that sound like?
The wheel. So childcare is a spoke.
So you need the transport companies to get people to go places. That's the answer here. And like everything, there's fraud. And because it's such a loose structure, there's going to be more fraud in it and it should be investigated. It's not something that is such like a massive like fucking like cum guzzle video, but okay.
Adult daycare is a spoke. Autism is a spoke.
Looking into any type of job and looking into any type of business and looking into any type of infrastructure that can have fraud, it's cum guzzling. You're just cum guzzling. All you're doing is cum guzzling. What does that sound like, chat?
I can tell there's two spokes of autism right here.
Interpreter services, which we can get into, that's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why? Because those meals had to be, someone had to deliver those meals. Someone has to deliver the kid to autism, or say they did. So it all revolves around the transportation.
I like that he slipped there and he had to catch himself.
No, he didn't have a slip. He's an old man. He's allowed to forget his words. Are you always perfect? Do you always perfectly speak every time that you're on tape? No. So, let's actually look at it for what he said. He said that it's a spoke that everything revolves around, because the transportation company can be able to defraud you based on them saying that they took the amount of proper care to child care that they claim that they did. That they took the kinds of people that are invalids and or are in need of assistance as hospice, normal elderly, African American or otherwise denomination typed business of aftercare. Whether it be hospice care or it be daycare, because I've worked in one. Hell, it's where I made my bones with my job before I was working with the Fed. With looking after the elderly in an activity center, looking after people in actual autism centers, as well as translocators and healthcare delivery, it all connects back to the transportation company. Because if they can defraud the people that they're supposedly serving, and say they served more people than they did, then it's an actual fucking problem. Now you say this is cum guzzling, and because he either forgot his word or misspoke the way that he was intending to say it, that means that it's wrong and it's false and it shouldn't be investigated because the almighty PapaGuts said so. But no, that would be a concern.
Because those meals had to be, someone had to deliver those meals, someone has to deliver the kid to autism, or say they did, so it all revolves around the transportation.
I like that he slipped there and he had to catch himself. Or they said that they did? You like that? Look at this, hold on.
The kid to autism, or say they did.
Or say that they did. Or say that they did. We gotta make sure we get that one in there. That's the whole exposure. Is he's trying to insinuate it's all of these companies, but it's not.
Well, he's not, actually. They didn't. They're showing you the fraud as it's happening. If it's a lot of them, the ones that you can't see and the ones that you can see, it would be the case that you could make that argument for yourself by investigating it. But we should never investigate it, because if we find out that it's not all of them, it's only 99.99999999997% of them, then that would mean that it's not all of them, and by investigating it, we were able to affirm the case that it wasn't. But if we do that, that's racism. Star's having a very interesting time at Target.
So it all
it's not all fraudulent.
Revolves around the transportation. And
here's the argument, PapaGut. Who said that it was all fraudulent? Nick Shirley said it! No, he presented a video where he showed us a summary of issues that then brought up more interest to investigate it. I think it's the government that gets to say whether or not it's all fraud. But nobody should investigate it, because you said.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well...
it's a big conspiracy. Thank you for the 30 months small got. From D to TWLW. Remember your Trisha Paytas days? Life was simpler. True. That's true. It was simpler.
Let's just be conservative. Let's go on the low side. Let's say there are only 800 Somali-owned non-emergency medical transportation companies in Minnesota.
Well, can you prove that 90% of them are owned by Somali?
Come on, old man. You can use the internet faster. Come on, old man.
There's no actual data on here that says that 90% of them are Somali owned. I also wouldn't care. I mean, again, we had huge fraud when it came to like the mafia being part of like garbage disposal companies. I know it sounds silly, but like that's what happens. I'm not saying it's okay, but like the problem here...
It's not okay, but I get to decide when you should consider it to be a serious issue and a non-serious issue. Fucking Italian mobster actors making literal, unironic Italian mob currency flips off of garbage disposal and waste disposal. That's a serious thing for you to look into. You know, I do that to spit on the spirit of Alphonse Capone. Okay, Al Capone, suck my cock, said like fat gut. Patooey. Somalians doing fraud in childcare, healthcare, transportation, and more. Now, wait a minute. God, I pick and make it. Now, hold your horses.
We're not being proportionate. It's like, oh, there's fraud. The energy is...
Who cares about proportionate fraud when it's fraud? Should it be proportionate to the amount of people who are doing fraud? For every Somali, I should be able to whip a Nazi's balls with a bullwhip? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
It's like, oh, there's fraud. They should investigate this. This is a waste of taxpayer money. Not like, oh my God, brown people are fucking ruining the United States, because that's the energy that they have here. It's all.
Yeah, it's the energy that they have. Just like the energy of somebody saying something like, women and feminism are ruining gaming, and then when a person gives them examples of exactly that happening, they say, lol, bro, like, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that. I've named 5 to 50 video games in a year where we released 500. That definitely proves that gaming isn't dying, actually, while it continues to be suffused by the same businesses that choose to use that exact instrumentation as the corruptive pill. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same energy. But you see, that's wrong if you did that. Because that'd be Nazism, bigotry, racism, and alt-right pipelines if you did that. Right? Same thing. Same instrument.
Somali. That's it. Nick thinks all Somalians are pirates because he's stupid and illiterate. He doesn't understand that that's the only representation that we have of Somalian people because it's the only media thing that we see.
I mean, where was that said? Did Nick Shirley say that in his interview? Is that the thing that he believes? Is that actually true? Is it the case that we only know things about Somali pirates because of this? Is it possible that it's not the shark effect? That it's actually other things, PapaGut? Oh, that's right, I forgot. You're the divine messiah for all of African Americans and all of people in the world everywhere, for every demographic that exists. We must come to you. You are the Metatron. You are the Metatatron. You are the Metafatron.
That's it, right? Like, realistically speaking, Somalian people are more than just pirates, but that's all he thinks that they are. So this entire thing, he said that in Andrew Callahan's video. That's all this is.
Cope?
Well, again, the average is 20 vehicles per company.
Okay.
So that's 800.
Sigh. It's so hard bullshitting my way through a story. Sigh.
Times 20. And
that's crazy. Okay, so like what he's saying is weird because it depends on what it is. There are solo-owned operators, which would be 1 vehicle, small fleets of 3 to 5. There are some with 10 plus, and there are some with 20. I think he's going to try to make it seem like every single... So this is what he's going to do, I guarantee you. He's going to try to make it seem like a lot of these like residential areas...
We're now prognosticating arguments ahead of time. Let's see where this goes, Jim.
Which are just like 1 vehicle owned, like individual operating companies. He's going to make it seem like they actually own 20 vehicles and that there's massive fraud. He's going to be disproportionate and he's going to lie.
The way these
What a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see what actually happens.
NEMT companies are paid is if they bring someone...
Yeah, see, he's going to do it.
To a doctor's appointment, whatever the case might be, or Costco or wherever they're going. Because remember, it's non-emergency medical transportation.
Yeah, so we have this in my state. Paratransportation buses. Who gives a shit? People need to get to dialysis and get to fucking groceries.
Well, we went to Costco.
If a business has a private security service or a public transportation service, like what works in my state, because we actually have an exact name for it. It's called Call a Ride, with the Metra bus service. Beep, 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 boop. Learning things with Carl about his state. So, for me, notice the Metro Transit system that is located at 1841 Linwood. This being pictures of the actual pavilion here at this place. And here's an example of one of the buses riding on bus stop Route 5. And back to the pavilion again. I want to show you something, chat. I want to show you something. We're going to look this up on Google. Do you notice how the Columbus Metro Transit System station is a giant non-residential facility? And when we go to the street view, do you notice that this transit system is recognizable from the street? You look around there, where it's on the opposite side of Linwood Cemetery, for which it gets its name. And if you move around the facility by the street view, you can see a large position in a large holding area from the front to the back where the holding is, that alongside cars of the people working inside of the station, you also have buses, some either waiting or out of commission for service that day for these services. Let's just use that and go ahead and debunk the first thing you fucking said about, oh, actually people can just register to their legal business when they're driving their facility for their jobs, for something on the level of something that would service the state, for medical transport directly tied in. For some of us, we actually already have this. So it doesn't function that way, because it would be bad for logistics, because you'd have to get that many kind of vehicles out. Start there. But the example of the thing in which we're describing, for the kind of job that we're saying that it can be used for, especially for ADA, DBE, EEO, and Title IX, which are all there on the website, found here with your civil rights about what you can do. You can also notice that there's such a thing called dial-a-ride and ADA paratransit. Well, let's see. Let's go to FAQs. How do I ride? Is it accessible for elderly and disabled people? Why, yes it is. And in fact, they have information on the dial-a-ride page, which would be the example of the ADA paratransit that we're discussing. Cough, cough. For dial-a-ride, the way that it works is origin and destination public transportation from eligible peoples whose disabilities and medical status would prevent them from using the fixed bus routes to some or all trips, provided accordingly to the U.S. Department of Transportation, DOT, with Americans with Disabilities Act with the ADA regulations. For those of you who don't remember, this is an offshoot of Obamacare. You reserve it in advance. It is provided within 3/4 of a mile of the bus routes, and it works on a schedule. It is a premium service. It has a strict eligibility policy, and it is regulated with even regulation for fee referral for a number of rides or a smart card, as well as one-way fare. Now, here's the question, Papa Gut. Before we even get into the example of the actual fixed routes, do you think that if a business were to get money from the Department of Transportation, they could be able to get away with defrauding a business if everything is on the up and up, copacetic, and is capable of functioning the way that it needs to? Compared on the example of fraud that we're talking about, where we're looking at several different vehicles, or several different businesses with various amounts of vehicles, doing the same amount of work comparative to the child care fraud of the business saying that it's housing 90 kids, but there's only 10 children there, and they're all Somali. Yes or no? One or two? What's more likely? That they're able to keep up and not commit fraud, or that if they are not able to do all this paperwork and all this work, that it's the case that it's fraud? Throw it up in the air. Call it in the air. Call it in the air. Call it in the air. It might be the case that if they can't show the paperwork for this kind of thing, and they're not able to actually have the physical capacity to fulfill the need, and that it's just a guy doing it one-off when he's a part of Lyft, and that you're putting the blame on the gig economy and not on the defrauding that happens in the structure of the gig economy, which is not even the gig economy. It's the structure of the actual law being investigated and upkept, and then the marketplace being able to fill for the problem. Do you think that the fraud is less likely or more likely just because you just said, let's not even look into it, it's not a concern? Especially if the fraud would then be affected by people on the legal level, at the local level, with something as simple as an already publicly servicing service like my bus station. The answer is no! Papa Gut, it's not. The answer is no. The answer is no! And if it was the problem, that it was even as simple as this here, the DOT would have already raked their ass over the coals. Not raked. Raked. Like Stancil. Like Will Stancil. Raked like Will Stancil. They would have raked them over the coals for this money, because that's taxpayer money. It's taxpayer money that they're collecting, and it's taxpayer money that's paying for it and upkeeping it. If only the IRS took up the attitude of, nah, it's fine, everybody should just not pay their taxes when they're supposed to. Yeah, bro, yeah.
Because they have to eat or they'll die, so that's considered, right? So
Yes. Yeah, they have to go to Costco or the grocery store. What are you, a fucking idiot?
it's almost impossible to figure out from the outside what exactly the payments are for each of these trips, but I have a pretty good idea.
They're going to be probably like $4 for the person driving it. And
No. For Lyft, they decide what the actual ticket should be for your trip. They base it on an actual complex algorithm that is the exact same type of algorithm that is used for rideshare and for food service. So, DoorDash drivers, they get comped a pro share rate that is nowhere near that number. It could be $2, actually, or less. Especially if they have an internal flag system that marks them as somebody that's inherently desperate. So they'll take anything at all. So they'll stop being shown big tipped orders, and they'll only be shown the struggle bus orders, because they think that it's easy enough to nickel and dime you along with that. Literal case example. But it's in the case that if you're actually comparing against the actual share number, I just showed you the number. Hell, I showed it to you again. The number is not $4. One way is $2.50. These are swipe cards that are reloadable. A standard 5 rides is $12.50. 9 rides is $22.50. If you want to compare this against the actual rate for people who are riding the normal service, you could probably say that's cheaper. Because for that fare and pass system, one way, $1.30, student ID, $1, senior citizen and disabled, 65 cents, Medicare recipients, 65 cents. No, they do not get on free. No, people who actually have to do that do not get on free. Because notice how Dial ride, even though they spelled it Dale. This spelling mistake has been there for like 5 years and they've never corrected it. Is that the sign of fraud? Even for those that do it for paratransit, they get charged more than for the regular trip service. But notice that's because they're being asked to go to a specific place on demand. So this is the equivalent of calling for a cab. The actual fare is less than $4, dude. Not even a taxi would do $4. They'd charge you at minimum $10, depending on where you're going and where you're coming. And if they're running the meter while they're waiting for you. No. That's why you walk to the store and then you pay for them to take you back to your place. But you know, old people who have bad bones, they can't do that, chat. Don't tell Papa Gut that. He's an inside man. Or I should say an inside lard piece. A large, oversized adipose from the episode of the Adipose Pharmaceuticals in Season 10 of Doctor Who. They don't even charge that much. It is the case that they charge less, but it actually costs more. And then, an actual card for the amount of days, this is the upfront cost for the adult. $15.50 for 7, $28 for 14, $53 for 31. But then you can get a reduction fee should you complete the student form to be able to have it go down to $23 for an unlimited ride for a month. Which is actually seriously affordable because a monthly swipe card for $23 is saving you that much every single time you have to ride. It's a return benefit of basically $300. If you're working in school, if you're going to school and you're filling out this much money to receive that kind of a benefit, you're saving yourself $300. That's $300 that goes towards your food. That's $300 that goes towards your health, your home care. That's $300 that goes towards your schooling. That's $300 that goes towards your fucking, your resources. You know, things that are, again, comped by the state. They are a part of the registration. Things that require you to do the paperwork to do them. As it says here, you must do the paperwork in order to receive this. You have to fill out the student ID form. You have to submit the application in order to purchase it, so you can have it, with the cost of it being $6. So technically, it's $29 for unlimited rides, because first you need the ID, then you need to actually get the monthly swipe card. And then, of course, there's the reduced rates. And there's also then the half fare program that's offered to people that have their Medicare cards. 62 and up, or with a physical or mental disability, with proof of age. All this would be accredited too, under the exact same concerns, for fraud. But, again, PapaGuts said, defraud Carl's state, because it's not that important, who cares? Other than PapaGut, for the purposes of antagonizing Nick Shirley. Apply this to Minnesota! And basically don't look into it. A fat YouTuber told you not to.
And then the government's going to subsidize the rest.
So when someone provides a transportation to a facility or a location, they're also paid for the time to sit there and wait for the appointment to end and then drive the person back. So they're paid.
I don't think that that's true. That might be true, but I actually will. I would.
It is true. It is literally true. That's why it's paid into return rates with normal rideshare programs. That's why it's paid into your fucking waiting rate when you ask for a taxi to bring you someplace and then wait and then go off. Because they could have been on another call making money. So they charge you for it. Yes. Are you dumb? Do you not ride? Do you not use these services? It might be the case that you don't. And therefore you don't understand. But you don't care. So you shouldn't look into it. Man, I wish that a taxi could be like, hey bro, don't even care about paying me. A fat retard on the internet said, it doesn't matter.
Put my left testicle, that's a lie. Maybe I'll pull that back, because I very highly doubt that they're going to do that. I actually don't believe that that's true. The infrastructure would...
Unfortunately, it is true.
Especially if they're running like Uber and stuff, the infrastructure is going to be like you go to Costco, the person leaves you there, and then another vehicle comes and picks you up.
No, it's the same car. Because if you say, I would like to go from here to here, it's a one-way trip. They pick you up from where you're going, they drop you off to where you want to go. The car leaves. If it is a round trip, and they are taking you from your house to the store, and then you're packing things into the car, and then you're going back again, it is the case that you are, in fact, getting the same vehicle. Especially if you requested a specific type of vehicle, like, say, when I had to request larger size vehicles that had trunk space when I needed to take my bike to the bike shop. I can't walk my bike across town from where I live to the bike shop that I'd like to go to if my house is uptown and the bike shop is downtown. No, I need a vehicle for that. That'd be a one-way trip. I wouldn't make the car wait there because, number one, they charge me for the round trip. Number two, they would charge me for the wait. I would instead schedule it as one and then get picked up by another on a separate trip rather than wait for the same car on the same trip. But if you're ordering it as a round trip, it is going to be the same car on the same round trip for all the stops you do inclusive. So let's say you are doing a round trip where you're going from your house to the gas station, to Domino's, and then back to your house. The gas station is a stop along the way. You schedule the stop, they stop at this gas station, they pull in, they wait. You don't make them wait too long because they do have a timer, especially on Lyft. It's about 5 minutes. They stop, you go in, they do the 5-minute timer, you come back to the car, they take you to your next destination, you go there and receive what it is you're going to pick up to get, preferably while you know that your food is already done, not that it needs to have something else finished. You call ahead, or you're tracking the timer and it tells you your food is ready to be picked up. You go there, you pick it up, you go back to where they picked you up from, and they leave. All happens with the same vehicle. Otherwise, the system would call for another car.
I very highly doubt that. And even if...
It is the fact that it's the truth. I could show you with my own receipts. Don't have to go that far. Investigate it yourselves, chat. See if I'm wrong. Maybe you should investigate this first, before you immediately say, nah, it's not the case. But you wouldn't know, because you don't use the service.
If that was true, who gives a fuck? But I very highly doubt that. Thank you for the $5.
The customer cares, because if it's the gig economy charging them, they're the ones that cover the pro rate. Huh? It's my money that's getting spent. I would care.
$6 from Random Gamer 666. Nick and David remind me of the Hardy Boys of South Park. I've got a raging hood. True.
How convenient he mentioned South Park, because that's exactly why I designed the thumbnail as I did. Some memes are better covered than others, chat. Some memes are better than others. He unironically has an unironically stupid view about money, and about how you should be concerned
like,
about
when
money.
you look it up, some of them do wait, some of them don't. That's literally it. Separate round trips are common. Many NEMT services operate on a drop-off return later model. So this is what it's going to mostly be like. Drivers typically have a limit on how long they'll wait for a passenger at pickup location, often 5 to 15 minutes. See, he's just lying. It doesn't make it like I literally worked with like our version of NEMT, except it was like a transportation company.
I worked with an example, and I answered this thing from AI Overview. Therefore, the AI Overview proves that I'm right. Therefore, it is not true. NEMT vehicles are going to wait till the person is done for 5 to 15 minutes, not an hour and 15 minutes. Therefore, he's lying. He's lying. He's a fucking liar. He's a lying liar. It is unironically retarded. Unironically retarded.
That had one company operating the vehicles. They do not wait for you. You like sometimes they will, but most of the time they're gonna drop you off and then they're gonna leave, right? But the fact that he's saying they always wait and he's not leaving room for like, you know, maybe sometimes they wait, sometimes they don't. Again, he's sensationalizing. He's just lying about the transportation company. It's crazy.
Paid 3 different ways, and the average is going to be $50 per trip. So it's going to the appointment is a trip, coming back trips. That's $100 per round trip.
Okay, and?
So if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all own 20 vehicles.
Right there, he's already lying. I don't know how else to talk to you guys about this. So his estimation of how many vehicles there are is based off of this, like, this is fraudulent. There are 800 companies. A lot of them are independent people that are just registered to their apartment. They work through Uber and Lyft. Uber and Lyft in those areas work with NEMT. So a lot of them are just individuals. Maybe 1 car, maybe 3 cars.
Putting the blame on individuals instead of putting it on intentional fraud that is done from the level of an LLC or from a registered business that then claims a residence has over 200 vehicles, when even residential businesses that are registered with the state, such as mine for public transportation, would show a physical shipyard for where those vehicles go. I can even do a double example of this. I can go even further. See if it pulls up this picture based on where it is. I think I might have to look up Station 13, Columbus, Georgia, actually, to find it. Baba Booey. Assuming this is on the way to my place. Yes, here we go. So, outside the location of the Columbus Fire and EMS Station 18, or excuse me, not 18, 8. Carl's dyslexic. Outside of Station 18, or excuse me, again, I did it again. That means I must be lying, huh? Outside of Station 8, if you look from Street View, you see all those buses right here along this road? This is the Muskogee County State Bus Terminal Center for all of the school buses that service the Muskogee County in my state. If a business registered to a residential and they claim they have this kind of coverage of a bus yard, and it's instead actually just one residential that somehow is tied into several other businesses legally through LLCs, that is an example of fraud that you should definitely look into. Because it's not physically possible for them to store how many are there. It's another case example that you actually have to think about, bro. But hey, we're still on the view. We're still on the view and version. That is PapaGuts saying this is an example that exists that proves that Nick Shirley is lying because he doesn't understand scale or per capita.
maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 20. But he's saying that they're all 20 vehicles. He's lying. And also, if they got $50 per visit, I don't think that that's bad. They have to go pick the person up, and they have to go drop the person off, and then they have to come back. So you get $50 for that. You need to get paid. Your gas needs to get paid. The wear and tear on your car needs to get paid. I don't understand what the issue here is. Who cares?
And they're all making 10 trips a day, and it's $50 per trip.
Okay.
So it's 800 times 20.
He's just lying. This is embarrassing.
Times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips?
He's just making stuff up. They literally just making things up. Is this even the correct math?
I'm being called on the phone by Chat. I was telling Chat the reason why I paused the video. I'm on the phone with you, that's why. 2 liter, it'll be cheaper. You can be a cheap one. Doesn't need to be a name brand. No. Well, actually, not tuna, not meatball. Okay, then we're good. I love you too. Okay. Sir called me just now. I was half listening for a second. Let's go back. No Hassanites here.
The issue here is, who cares?
And they're all making 10 trips a day, and it's $50 per trip.
Okay.
So it's 800 times 20.
He's just lying. This is embarrassing.
Times.
You're just lying. This is embarrassing. But you don't know. But you haven't, and you don't investigate it. He's just lying, but you don't know, and you won't investigate it, so you don't know if he's lying, and you're not going to fact check it. And whenever you try to fact check it, it's actually, hey Google, tell me on AI what generally happens. Oh, it told me what generally happens, but not specifically what happened in this situation. Therefore, he's lying.
10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips?
He's just making stuff up. They literally just making things up.
Well, I mean, investigate it. Oh, your investigation is that you Googled it? Wow, what an investigation.
Is this even the correct math? They're just making shit up.
The correct myth? The correct meth? Do you mean the correct math? Oh, God, I thought you said we shouldn't be grammar Nazis.
I think August we're gonna need a clip of like him lying about there's pretty much this entire moving company thing of like him proposing the idea, me fact checking it, and everything. You get all the information you need. If you need me to edit it down, I can do that. But I need a clip that has all that edited down the best as you can, and if I have to do additional editing down, that's fine.
Oh no, not a content creator choosing to create a fake edit where he claims that he's correct by circumvented knowledge. Oh no, not circular reasoning. I'm right because I say I'm right, because I say that he's wrong, because I define that he must be wrong, because I say he's lying, and that it's just a clip of lies and controversy. Oh no! That's called media manipulation, PapaGunt. Oh, I should wait. Use the PapaGunt strategy. I don't care, and I shouldn't investigate it because it's fake and gay because he said so. Circular logic at its best.
Because this is fucking insane how much he's lying. Thank you for the $5 from Deep.
Keep in mind, he's lying. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No context. He's lying. He hasn't gone fully in on anything yet, has he, chat? But if you know where this is going, and you know what he does eventually. So don't worry, we're getting there.
Easy now. This kid has to be a government side. Yeah, true. He is. Holy fuck.
How many of these trips are being provided? 0. They don't have to provide any. Why? Because...
What do you mean 0? Why are you saying 0?
When they are paid by the state of Minnesota, these companies go online and they fill out a form, and it just says, okay, how many trips, how many miles. They submit that electronically to the state, and boom, they get paid.
Why do you think that?
Because that is exactly how it works. For those of you with context, putting this only out there because I already have this inside the Discord. Because Carl is a braggart. He's a nasty, dirty braggart. For those of you who are aware that are in my community, in my Discord, you know that I am a home care person. You know that is literally my job. I have done all the necessary online work, and I'm going through the process of making sure that I've done all the necessary online work for it to be fully posted, fully accredited in Checkpoint. To be fully posted and fully accredited. I received my documentation for this with Keyline Home Care Services not that long ago. I started doing this over November and October and finished it, and I'm at the back line of this process this year in January. We're waiting on one of the waivers for this to be necessarily done. It is the case that when you are doing this kind of work, you have to check into a system. That system goes from a certain time to a certain time. For my particular job, for my home care, I have to log in before midnight every day. And I have to show what I done, what I did, and how long I did it for. Timed in hours. Those hours that are tracked are then audited, and then I am paid. That is done by a liaison of 3 companies. The home care solution, which is connecting me with an agency that then is representative of my home care work. So, me, Keyline, agency, money, I report what I did. They check this. They check the time card in the system. I am paid my money. No check-in, no money. Double-checked and accredited by their accountants. Fact-checked because it's money that's paid from her healthcare, and from the state. This is how it works. It is not hard. They don't have to do it by physical tracking with accountants because they already have the program being ran through a program by not artificial intelligence, but through a tabulation program. But they could use accountants because this is the literal healthcare business that is asking for people to be paid to take care of their family members. Lots of steps and processes, lots of checks and balances, lots of paperwork, and a background check. I got fingered by Prince! Kappa. But I got fingered by Prince. I got fingered by Prince. In order for this to be done. And I came back satisfactory. So, to put my shit out there, I would know I'm an expert on this! How convenient! Single player Carl knows what he's talking about because not only is this representing things that affects him, but this is literally his job of work. How serendipitous for me. Unironically, how serendipitous for me. Like, I literally know because this is exactly how I'm paid. Now, if only Prince didn't leave his finger in some butt. But he did it without ink this time. But yeah, no, this is exactly how it works. If they don't do this properly, they will be audited for fraud. They will be at fault. The company will be at fault. The liaison company will be at fault. This is exactly how it works. He cannot be lying, because if he's lying, someone's going to jail. No, Carl, that's not real. PapaGunt told me so. I know, but it is true. Who would you believe? The magical nappy-headed Negro, or the bald man with no hair who heils Hitler with his ball cap? Come on, fat man, work faster. Come on, fat man, work faster. Come on, fat man, work faster.
He's just saying things.
He's just saying things. Can you prove that he's just saying things with more than just Google AI overview?
He doesn't have any. If you want to provide a fact for that, go ahead. There's literally no. So this is one of the things that always bothers me. There's no sources in the description. He's just saying things. He's the scapegoat, basically. Like, I would love to.
He's just saying things. He's just the scapegoat. I, too, also would like him to do better research, and I'd like it to be fact-checked by the state now that he's decided to bring this forward. But you keep telling people, don't check this. So, what are you really asking for?
To see the data on that. Because a lot of times, again, these companies will work through Uber and Lyft and different infrastructures. I'm guaranteeing you.
Yeah, for the gig economy, when it comes to non-medical transport. Just as much as when they work through the actual ADA coverage, the ACA coverage, Medicare, Medicaid, what have you, for this level of insurance check. It is the case that it is actually something that is happening. You are spewing hot shit, sir. You have been spewing hot shit the entire time. An expert has more knowledge about this than you do. Because you didn't do the fact check. You didn't do the work. No, I know you're talking about PapaGunt and DOJ. I understand. Like, literally, we could fuck the companies up over this. You understand? Like, when you say, but it's just materialistic fraud that's happening. It's not the Somalis. Oh, what was that? You said we can go directly to the companies and I can shut the business down? I can immediately make sure that I can punish them for doing such a bad job of their issue that they have decided to make themselves open to being shut down because they're greedy fucking bastards? Well, I mean, if you insist. I mean, my nigga, if you insist. If you insist, my nigga. Like, all you're saying to me, PapaGunt, is when you and I investigate this and you say, it's just the companies. If the companies are having fraud, it's not because of Somalis, it's because of individuals who may or may not be Somali.
Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. Them bricks is way too high, you need to cut it.
Saying so, yes, I would love to gouge them. I would love to punish them. What do you mean? So many people want this. The commies want this. The libertarians want this. Normal taxpayers who want to save money on their taxes want this. It's just the companies. Oh, damn, that's crazy. And if we happen to find out that it happens to be because of political reasons and also fraud, I'd love it even more. But for some reason, whenever we ask that question, you don't want to know anymore. Crazy!
That there's fraud, but he's saying it's all fraudulent. Show me. Like, people book a service, and then if the service isn't provided, they're going to complain. Again, some people might be booking fraudulent services, but in order to do NEMT, you have to qualify, so you need to get like a qualification from that. So this is...
Or is it like how that one person on the Florida Turnpike was pushed through the driving school that cost the life of a family of 3 when that person driving that truck on the Florida Turnpike decided to pull a Family Guy, like, which way do I turn? Do I turn this way? I'm going to merge into traffic going on this driving lane. Good luck, everybody else. And they died for it. And then they investigated it, and they discovered, oh, actually this person was given basically a driver's license for commercial trucking through this shop school that effectively was shopping around for people who wanted to be pushed through the program for the licensing without having to go through the proper accreditation process to ensure that they could properly pass a registered test at that state's DDS. You mean like that? Because that's something that if we don't do, that's automatic fraud. That's automatic fraud. Those commercial programs are paid by the industry that is asking for those truckers, as well as the state. If it's bad stock causing bad results in a marketplace that is supposed to be the infrastructure of a competitive standard, then the marketplace is going to subsume them and take their business. And if they're being upheld because they're being given protection by government and business that is then subsidizing them?
Your price is way too high, you need to cut it. Running through bands on the regular. Hitting my plug on the cellular.
So which one do you want? Do you want us to check and see and find out and be sure? Or do you want us to just take your word for it and assume that it's just the guy who's lying? Which one do you want? Which level of bigotry and racism do you want? Do you want casual racism or do you want professional racism? Racism, otherwise known as fact-checking, investigation, auditing. Oh!
He needs to show his sources.
Nobody bothers to check. They don't.
How do you know this?
Call the dentist. Did this kid show up? They don't call the.
Because they already did investigations. Investigations you don't think they should do again.
They don't do anything. As soon as that form is filed with the state of Minnesota, that payment goes out immediately.
And so he doesn't know any of this, by the way.
He wouldn't know any of it despite having been somebody who worked in the system and thus knows that it is. And it is the case that it would go out immediately because it's going to be fact-checked by the checksum program that's done for the accounting. How would I know? I give you 5 guesses!
He's just making this up. They have no sources.
Essentially,
he has a couple of pieces of paper, and there's no actual. They're not showing a source on the screen. They're not showing us a list of sources we can go through in the description. Nothing.
these transportation companies are what hold all the fraud together because you have the daycare centers working with the transportation company.
But you said that he was working with the state, right? So that means the people that he's supposedly working for in the state would have those numbers, since those numbers are publicly available. I'm certain that if we in the chat room work together, not even necessarily me alone, all of you listening to me, you could probably find out.
The adult daycare.
How do they hold the fraud? Oh, dude, these people are so dumb.
Centers working with the transportation.
Oh my god, they're dumb.
They're dumb. They're dumb.
They think
they're dumb.
Holding it together. Like, no.
They think that all the fraud is holding the system together. It can be the case that sometimes you do. But you wouldn't know because you're not willing to look into the numbers and you don't want anybody to investigate them further. He just must be lying. It's always lying. True, hey, true, Gunt. True.
Oh, that would be infrastructure that would support it, but not hold it together. I don't care. We're getting into cement.
Yes, it would. It's called ontological inertia. It's load-bearing weight. It's load-bearing weight. If a business is being held up by fraud and the fraud is then removed, you're also still removing services that were fraudulent as much as you are removing services that coming from a fraudulent company was then serviced properly. If I gut all cab services and I find out that 90% of cab services were rape operations, but 10% of the time the rape operation actually delivered a person to their final destination without being in the rape mobile to be raped, that is still removing a business from the infrastructure of the business sphere. Therefore, if you have fraud and you investigate that fraud, as they've already done in Minnesota, that you you were proud to announce wasn't because of Nick Shirley. If that shows that they had a certain number that had been investigated before and shut down before, and then that number increases again when you're not looking at it, it may be the case that if you remove those businesses, you actually will end up removing a large amount of legitimate business and illegitimate business if you were to just put a complete kaput and stop to it. And yet, that is exactly what they've already done by halting that care so that they may investigate who is legal and who is not. What you're describing has already been done, PapaGut. They already did it. How do we know? Because it was reported. How do we know? Because it came in through not just legacy media, but also new media, which is to say up to current social media and also the social media networking. TikTok, X, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, Kick, and other alternative media sources, including services like Truth News, or excuse me, Ground News.
At this point, these people are just so stupid. They've never. These guys have like this. I'm pretty sure this kid has never worked an actual job in his life, and I don't know what this guy used to do. He looks like he used to cross.
You don't know what he used to do? He announced in the last video what he used to do. Did you not watch the video?
Stress and suck dick on a fucking corner or something. I don't really know. I don't know.
Does this man look like he has DSLs, chat? Type 1 for yes, 2 for no.
What the fuck is going on here? Have you guys worked? Like, do you know how any of this really works?
Do you know how any of it works? You keep Googling it. I can show you examples from systems that actively work based on how the infrastructure is in my own state. You give me the resources for where you live and I'll do it for yours. Oh no, go on under that, that's doxing!
Companies. So it's just another way to bill and to also make it look like something's happening here inside of Minnesota.
This is
Dude, this
the
is
belly of
so
the beast.
boring.
All of this.
You know what's boring? Listening to a man cope at somebody else as he complains. But don't worry, it's going to get more exciting for you, Gunt. Don't worry.
Fraud revolves around these
Well, it's going to get more exciting for us. Haha.
transportation companies. All of it. This touches every part of fraud here in Minnesota.
And today we're going to go confront these people.
That's crazy.
Work faster, Gunt. 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 You're typing in the background. Type faster.
Okay.
He's not Wick Fuentes. Is crazy.
Remember before when he said it was $8 million a day?
Yet again, here we are. Back to the AI overview. Here we go again. You don't know how it works because you're not actually researching it. You're just going to an AI overview at Google. That's an argument that actually functions, by the way. I would argue that you should be able to use Google for things like this because it actually does go through the details of information, since it has the ability to access most of that material detail. But considering that Google actively fucks with reporting and will do so in a non-racist manner, you can actually make the argument that it is not. But he doesn't even scroll it. He doesn't even scroll it. So it's your word against their word against my word. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's lost? Who's wrong? Who's wrong?
Estimated yearly budget in Minnesota is $38 million a year. Let's just do, like, what do you guys think 8 million times 365 is? Oh, it's 3 billion. Well, then how did we only get $38 million as the estimated? Oh, because they're lying. Oh, because they're lying, because they're being disproportionate. Oh, because there is fraud, but they're lying about it to inflate how much fraud there actually is. Because dumb people will go, okay, I know that it's only 1% of the money they said, but that's still fraud. Yeah, we know. We know that there's fraud. We know that there's fraud. They 100x the fraud and then try to shove that down your throat to distract from the Epstein files. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you so much.
I mean, it's already a hard sell for you to do that, but then to say it's because they're distracting from the Epstein files, let's not forget that's the main reason why PapaGuts here. I'm here to celebrate the harassment of more Somalis because this is meant to distract you from Epstein. Don't forget that's why we're here. Well, one of the reasons why we're here.
What's going on, Mr. Diorio? How are you upholding? How are you and your friends holding up today? Thank you for $2 for DBZ. Now this kid makes Simple's propaganda look tame. True. Holy fuck.
We confronted them last time. There was no kids in any.
This is the one where Nick tried to like forcefully enter. He kept tugging on the door.
Any of the child care centers. And today, what do you expect to see?
I think we're going to see some vehicles because, you know, when I drive around the cities here, I see these Somalis driving.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, this is why we need to remove. This is why people need to be working until they're 80 years old, okay?
Here's a take. We need to work people until they're 80 because we need more people in the workforce to be slaves until an appropriate age that I derive to be special. Me, the fat fuck that does content creation from home.
Because this guy has too much time on his hands. Like my mother. My mother is retired and doesn't do anything all day, so she has
I ain't touching that one with a 10-foot cock. Whatever is coming out of his mouth right now, I ain't touching that with a 10-foot cock. Nope. I might have problems with my own parent, but nope. He got deep-seated issues. He got deep-seated issues with her mama. He's got deep-seated issues with his mama. And I will not be touching your mother. I have standards.
Dogs and she feeds chickens and she goes outside and feeds cat. I'm not kidding. There's chickens at her house now. She feeds cats and she goes around. She's calling everybody 15 times a day and she's doing this and she's doing that. This motherfucker is driving around looking for black people because he's so fucking
Somalis are not black.
Bored because he's retired. Holy shit. Thank you for the $5 in Willow Amnesty. I was used as a child laborer for care. What the fuck is wrong with me? I was used as a child laborer for card.
Yes, what the fuck is wrong with you? You were just antagonizing somebody about how he was incorrectly saying words. Start smashing yourself a little bit more.
Detailing when I was 13 by my friend's dad. Nick doesn't know any struggle, especially no labor to go through. I used to work for $20 a day.
Still more 2 minutes of hate.
Yeah, my uncle's deli. It's fucking crazy.
Mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan or whatever.
Okay.
And there's never, ever been.
For a second there, when it was cut off from the side, I thought you said Negawaffen. I thought that's what you had said, Juan. I thought you had said Negawaffen. Like Negerwaffen SS. I was about to be so confused.
In a passenger, and in 7 years, I've.
Well, don't they have to drive 2 places? There's never been a passenger. We're going to show 2 vehicles on the screen. Here's 2 vehicles. They have DOT numbers.
Mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan.
There's no people in this one, guys. There is no people in this one. Wow. Aren't there 80 trillion cars around, though? Can't you find more than just 2?
Van or whatever. And there's never, ever.
Oh, there's nobody in this one. Oh, shit. We found 2, guys. It's the same footage from the last time, by the way. They were too lazy to go out and actually find more footage of this. Thanks for $2 from Enough Spaghetti. Seeking Papa's attention just like when I was a kid. It's crazy. That's funny. It's incredible.
He took the hat off. That was him heiling Hitler again, by the way.
Never been a passenger, and in 7 years, I've never seen a passenger in any of these vehicles.
Wow.
I've followed some of them.
That's crazy. Is it maybe because they have blackout tint on them? I don't even know. That's crazy. Thanks for $2 from Sunwest.
That is a fair argument to make sense though. If a car has black tint and you're just looking for the faint silhouette of people in the vehicle, it is possible that you could miss them, or that you will be misled as how many people are actually in the vehicle. I would also say, please do not try to do a civilian operation where you are investigating fraud by trying to videotape people in their cars. Follow the money, but definitely do not follow somebody's vehicle around town. They might whip out their fucking gun and shoot you because they think that you're stalking them. Probably because you are. Probably don't do that. Actually, no, not probably. Definitely don't do that.
Somalians are black, and I don't know. That's interesting. True. Thank you, fucking Cruel World Heaven Mind.
And yet again, another Google page. Do you know nothing for yourself? Do you know nothing at all without having to go to Google to fact check something that shouldn't necessarily need to be fact checked?
Great stuff, man. Well, all anecdotes. All anecdotes.
They're going to Costco, they're going to Sam's Club, they're going to Walmart. The driver gets out, goes in there, loads up a shopping cart, comes in, puts it in the van.
Why don't you have any... See, this is what always gets me here. Like, he's making so many claims every video. I am 100% down to believe everything you're saying, David. David, I want to believe you. I want to believe that Somalians are coming to this country to defraud all the daycare systems. I want to believe it's not just a portion of it, that it's all of it. I want to believe you, David. David, I want to believe you. But I'm a little frustrated because you won't show us a fucking video, even though you're telling us that you spent 7 fucking years going around looking at these different things. And not one time have you gotten a video of it? I find that very interesting, David. I find it very interesting, David, that you don't have a single fucking video of any of these goddamn vans showing up to fucking Costco and just loading up grocery carts and then putting it into their car and not doing anything. I would love to see a video. A single video. It's still an anecdote, but we can get started with your video. I need you, David, to provide your videos that you've been taking for the past 7 years since you've been retired. I need you to show me a fucking video, David. Please, a fucking video.
So here's my question. If somebody were to provide this exact example and you were to receive it, would you accept it? Or would you say, no, they're lying, they're fucking lying, they're lying, I can't believe they're lying. And you would then ask Google AI to tell you about whether or not it is likely that a person can just load up a cart, get a non-emergency medical transport vehicle, and then deliver the things back to their home, and then claim that they dropped off a person 15 times when they only did it twice. Would you accept that information if you received it? Then would you be able to accept the extrapolation of that being done multiple times over with fraud? And then would you let people investigate it now that you've been satiated the way that you're demanding that it should be done? Since that's what's getting your prime beef goat. I don't think you would. I think you'd still be mad and upset. Because it's about the fact that Nick Shirley didn't do the investigation the way that you wanted to. And you're not getting the questions that you're infinitely answering that you don't necessarily deserve to have answers for, because technically we should know about this. It should have been investigated beforehand. And it was, but it's not being investigated enough because there's more fraud. And now that he's brought attention to it, whether or not it's more fraud, you're angry not because of investigations for investigation's sake, but because this is distraction from Epstein. Hey, Nick, hey, Gunt, I need you to show me examples of proof how you know that it's a distraction. I need you to show me the examples, and I don't want to hear about Nick Shirley, because he is supposed to just be a plant. He's a ploy. He's an operative. I want you to show me the operation network. Show me the gay ops. Show me the Carfax. Show me the Carfax. Show me the Carfax. I want to see the Carfax of this cope that you're telling me. I can do the same thing too, nigga. I can do my turn, I can do it. Show me. I need you to show me. Show me the fraud. Show me the misillusion. Show me the gay ops. Show me the operation. Show me the Epstein. Okay? Show it to me. When you do that, we do this, and you get that, and then I get mine. Okay? Okay. Until then, if we see fraud, I want people to feel like they should investigate it. I want them to investigate that fraud, and if you come across that fraud, and you can't show me the money, guess what you should do with that money? If you can't show me the money, guess what you should do with that money?
Way too high, you need to cut it. Your price is way too high, you need to cut it. Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. Them bricks is way too high, you need to cut it.
Okay, that's all we're gonna do. Show me the fraud, investigate the fraud, show me the gay apps, show me how he's a plant, or when we investigate fraud, we're gonna cut fraud. Okay? Okay. Groovy.
Why is it too much to ask for, like, the basics? Hey, can I get a video of, like, this happening, David? Like, I'd like to see that. That's really interesting. Hey,
Based. Hey, Gunt, can I get an example of how he's supposed to be in misdirections for fucking, for the fucking Epstein files?
can Nick show up when the fucking daycare opens to see if kids are actually going in there or not? Can David, can Nick actually call and see if they will let his kid in?
Hey, PapaGunt, can you give me an example of exactly which Republicans are supposed to be responsible for this? Can you tell me how this is Trump's fault, actually? And that it's actually tyranny, that it's actually tyranny and insurrection? How ICE is actually being used as a regimen to punish people and not to investigate both fraud and stop civil unrest in the streets and stop sex traffickers and child traffickers. But it's all connected to this conspiracy theory, you think. Can I get something of that?
Can we just see some more information than just showing up and yelling and telling us information that's verifiably incorrect?
I mean, can I get anything on this broadcast that isn't you just screaming multiple times, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying, without a single shred of evidence provided?
Please, for the love of Christ, just some...
I mean, same thing, please, for the love of niggotry and nappiness and all the soul going on the soul. Can you show me something that proves it?
Just something. Just something. Well, I need more than just anecdotes. The proof is impossibly easy. You're claiming that they're defrauding the government of $8 million a day. You should be able to see this happening and have footage of it, and you don't. You guys don't have any fucking footage of it. Thank you for $5 from Zindam Hussein. Nick keeps checking the daycares and medical transports, but why hasn't he checked the pirate ships? Yeah, true. This is actually a fantastic point. Thank you so much for bringing.
Probably because the pirates would shoot him. He'd be just as likely to get shot at these facilities. That's why. Why aren't you in the street doing actual real journalism? Why are you at home with your Funko Pops being an inside boy? Because it's more convenient. Because it's safer for you. But Carl, why are you doing the same thing? Because that's not my obligation. But I've already done my part. I've actually demonstrated to the point that half the things that Gunt has said, he can't be able to fact check. And I didn't have to use Google to demonstrate it, except for Google Streets, which is, pictures that were taken of the facility. So, those places physically exist. It's not like I'm going to just AI generate a place that doesn't exist. I could walk outside my house, go down the street and get it, but then I wouldn't be here for when my woman brings me dinner.
Up. He keeps checking all these vehicles and everything. Why aren't you checking pirate ships? That's incredible.
And off they go back.
Because that would be ICE's job. That would be Homeland Security's job. Not a citizen journalist.
where they live.
Wow.
And now we're going to go out and see what's
Where do they live, Dave? You follow them home?
with these transportation companies.
And here's the other thing. Tim Walz and the Department of Human Service, you threw the people of Minnesota under the bus. Shame on you, and I'm coming for you.
Whoa, I'm probably coming to him.
You heard it here first, David. All right.
Well, no, we would have heard it first from David. Why would you say you heard it here first, Dave? Why are you telling Dave?
Tone policing and cherry picking words again. Being a grammar Nazi, yes, being a grammar Nazi. Continuing the grammar Nazism. Continuing your heart at now a 90-degree angle, which if you tilt your head back at 25, it still makes it Z-Nazi!
David, he heard it here. David's the one speaking. Nick, are you okay? Thank you for the $5 from the One Man Army, LOL. Saw YMS is finally being destroyed on the internet. I've been waiting for years for the turds, for that turds down history and time marches for whom the bell tolls. That's funny. Why? What happened now? I thought he was already getting nade.
Amal, plot twist. Carl generated those posts with the magic of the Negro Waffen. You don't have that kind of power, Father Stark. Oh, Juan. Whatever would we do without you?
You heard it here first, guys. Okay.
Let's go. So where's the first location we're going to?
The first location is a company called Safari Transportation.
All right, Safari Transportation. Thank you for the $2 from the One Man Army. Downfall. I'm the typo. I got you. What did you say? Oh, I figured. Did I say downfall? I think I did. All right, let's see.
Come on, work faster, Gunt. Work faster, Gunt. At least 25% of this content is us looking at you, looking at things in the background. Show us what you're looking at.
What the fuck?
Also, there's a very important thing for the argument, Papa Gun. Do you see how they're on a website and that website has an order certificate that they have the ability to go physically find? It appears the information that you've been begging for and been asking for is literally right there on the internet. You can go find it. It's a part of the bestest record details. It's right there. Why was it so hard for you to go get it? That you couldn't go do that work and legwork? I understand the idea. He should be able to present it to you. He should be able to present it to you. But why couldn't you then use your investigative work as an influencer, as a content creator, and as a presenter to then find that material and present it to the chat room? To then present it as context and information that you had to provide because Nick didn't provide it for you. Your job. Your job.
This is a literal bus company that they're gonna show up to. This is Safari Transportation LLC. They're showing up to an actual bus company. Okay, very interesting. Okay.
So, kind of like how the registered place of the LLC of my public transit has a location that actually has to be functional to store all of those vehicles, right? It's kind of like that, right? All right, so we're going to see something that's going to represent the reality of what I was talking about, right? Right? Right. I don't know why my chat's not working right now. I can see the chat room here, but I can't show the chat room across. Why is that? You refreshing the cache. Is my bot tricks broken? I'll figure this out in a second, chat.
What the fuck?
He's still taking forever to go do a basic thing that shouldn't take him that long. Why are you preventing the content, sir?
Sorry, just give me a minute. I'm just fact checking.
You're just fact checking. Why can't you fact check on screen? Show us the money! Show us the money! That was your argument, right? Show us the money! Show us the proof. Show us the evidence. Do it live. Do it on camera. Rules for thee, but not for me. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Cedar Avenue South. Is this what we're looking at here? Thank you for the 11-month small gut from Isaac. Can we get a full reaction with the gay lesbian suit? That'd be fucking crazy. Alright, let's continue. Let's see.
Cedar Avenue South in Minneapolis.
Okay.
And so what makes Safari Transportation Company an interesting transportation company?
Well, they're not a foreign transportation company. They're like an actual transportation company.
Well,
Allegedly fraudulent.
well, the thing about
There you go, Nick. Keep yourself safe, bud.
Safari is that they've been registered since 2015 with the state of Minnesota
Well, yeah, because they're an actual bus company that offers... Okay.
as operating vehicles. And again,
This is
the national average for
This is their fucking website, Safari Bus. Okay.
a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 606
What did he say?
for a non-emergency medical as operating vehicles, and again, the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So
Who the fuck gives a shit about the national average? Is Minnesota the entire nation? The national average? What? Who cares? Who cares if they it doesn't really matter if they have 20 or not. You don't know if they do.
if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 607 Cedar Avenue, I have no idea where there's parking them because there is no parking
Oh my god, dude, I might have to say slurs.
anywhere near this.
Let's say slurs.
20 regular school buses and special needs vans. So that's actually what they have in total. They have 20 regular school buses, special needs van, and 5 other backup buses, which currently service the charter and private schools in the towns around Twin Cities. Not to mention, okay, gotcha. Okay.
office.
We've arrived to...
They're good. So I just want you guys to understand something. I used to work for a bus company. I worked between 3 yards. There were significantly more yards than that. I worked for the transportation side and not the bus company side. This was a really big company, okay? The way that this usually works, though, is you're going to have a bus yard. You're going to have a port in that bus yard, like a building, like a small building. Depends on how big the company is. It's a very small company. And then you're probably going to register an office building at another spot for more infrastructure stuff, like hiring. Right, so you're gonna have like a building for like hiring, your office, people that like, take whatever calls and schedule services.
So, Gunt, you are accurately describing the thing that would be important. You would probably have those buildings if it's a legitimate business running a shipping yard with a portcullis in the same location, like what I showed for Metra. Not a residential, and then multiple cars and Muslim schools and vehicles just lined up in front of the road in front of your house. Because that would be inconvenient for residential travel service if you were doing it from something like a residential house, for where this business is supposed to be accrued from if it's a home-owned business by a person. We're doing a lot of that cope shit, bro. A lot of that cope shit.
Et cetera, and then usually have like another building, usually a very small building inside the lot for any other needs that need to happen. Like maybe you need somebody there that washes everything. You probably have to have like a fuel. You might even have a small fuel station, but a place for like a small group of people or one person to like go in and out and service the vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. But okay, let's see what we got here.
The transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms adult daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there.
There's boarded out. What?
And there's supposed to be a
Those are walls.
transportation company registered right here.
Oh my
it's 617, but
God,
it's a
dude.
liquor store.
It's 617 South.
So the location here is 607 and also 617. These are two
What?
transportation companies. We're all on the main road right now,
It's one transportation company with 2 buildings.
and this is 607, and it is not a transportation company. It's
It's not 607. Wait, is he serious?
main road right, and also
So 617.
We have
So
arrived.
the location here is
We have arrived. We have arrived. We have arrived at the place that has put Gunt on the map. Witness. In the next 36 minutes, you are about to witness a man lose his mind and go all in that makes him delete the VOD of his broadcast. Trying to be such a debunker that he ends up trying to stop him from speaking and then demonstrates, actually, I should have shut the fuck up and just watched the content.
It's 607 Cedar Avenue South.
607 and also 617. These are two transportation companies. We're on a main road right now, and this is 607, and it is not a transportation.
Hold on, dude. Hold on a second. I hit 6-7.
Stale in the cookie, but fresh and cream. Okay, I fixed the bots. I fixed it. I fixed it. Yes, he deleted his VOD of this stream. PapaGunt did. We already have it saved, but he did this. He's doing that world famous debunking and fact checking.
What is the difference between 607 and 607? 67, I like that one. Cedar Avenue South. Why is it a different number on here? There's something that's bothering me about this. Wait, hold on, what if I say south? Cedar Avenue South. Cedar Avenue. Why? What is this south getting me? Am I fucking cocked? Am I dumb?
Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, there's Cedar Avenue and Cedar Avenue South, but the problem is I can't find Cedar Avenue South. It's just bothering me.
The mystery thickens. When debunking goes horribly, horribly wrong.
I really want to find the South, specifically the South one. Oh, I think I found it.
Why don't you put this on camera so that everybody else can see what you're looking at?
This is weird, though. This looks like a... It's like a fucking school. Wait, this is 399 Cedar Avenue South. What the fuck? Why is it not giving me the right information? This is so weird. This is fucking pissing me off.
Yeah, I imagine it should. I imagine it should piss you off. I imagine that it should piss you off when you're trying to look for information that cannot be brought up easily. I imagine that it should. Imagine how you might feel if it might be connected to fraud.
I gotta keep looking because I cannot find Cedar Avenue South. It's like triggering the fuck out of me. But this is like very important to me because I feel like this is not the correct address. Here we go. I found it.
We found it. Show people. Show them. Show them, Gump. Show them, Gunt. Show them.
Wait a minute, it's on the side of the building? Dude, something's like fucking triggering the shit out of me.
Is it the sense of being wrong?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Fuck.
The fun part is we haven't even gotten to the Caleb Hammer section. The fun part is we haven't even gotten to the Caleb Hammer segment yet. This is the best part.
This is still not Cedar Avenue South. This is the thing that's fucking bothering me. It's like, I want to find Cedar Avenue South. Like, can I just retract? Can I zoom out?
Why don't you type in the location exactly inside, and then you go to Cedar Avenue South?
Because this is where he's showing us right now. But this isn't the correct address that's listed on the listed there, which is what's getting me like kind of annoyed. Because wait, what was that back there? Is this parking for this place? Probably. I want to go in here. The fuck?
That's not how Street View works. Gunt, that's not how Street View works. You move along the streets. That's why it's called Street View. It's not street and parking lot because the parking lot car pulled through and took a picture of the parking lot too.
Yeah, Detective Gut is right.
How is it? How is it that we can use the same technology and we can come to two different conclusions on information, sir? How is that possible, PapaGunt?
I gotta pull up this now. I have to pull this up. Let's see if I can get to the Safari transportation place again. I wonder if they have service area. St. Paul area. Our service areas. And it's just gonna be where they go. I just wish I could get the address. Wait a minute. Registered office address. This is just so fucking annoying. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Pause. So, what he's trying to do right now, chat, in the background, is he is trying to do this. He is trying to find Cedar Avenue, Minneapolis South. I type in this location, exactly, 607 Cedar Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am returned location. It pulls up several different results with no location. I get a list of results that could be the result, but not the actual result. If you put the same information inside of Google and you go clicking on the links, here's something else you'll find. Donald Trump for president, Facebook post. Minneapolis, where the paperwork doesn't match reality. Independent investigators Nick Shirley and David walking to what is listed as a state-funded transportation company in Minneapolis, and everything unraveled fast. According to this, it says that transportation is registered at 607 Cedar Avenue and reportedly receives million public funds. So they went there. They didn't find a transportation company, no vans, no drivers, but a money wiring business, asking about Safari transportation. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Then they go to another one, which is 617 Avenue, listed at Dreamline Transportation. And what they end up finding is a liquor store. Obviously from the coverage, right? Then I do City Cab. Same thing. Cedar Avenue, 607 Cedar Avenue, South, Minneapolis. Yellow Pages. Pulled up on MapQuest. It says what is here at this location is City Cab. So, using this, and using this, this is the area across the river that we were talking about. Here, where all this shit can be found. This is the area that is representative of the 6th Ward of Minneapolis. So, it says City Cab, House of Balls. So let's look for city, cab, Minneapolis. Minnesota. Match it up. This is obviously the correct place. Says that it's over here in this section. Meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, look at that! What's that? Gunt, what's that? Gunt, what's that? It appears that I was able to find the exact Riverside liquor store that they went to. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh my God. How did I do that? Let's use the location exactly as typed in, guys. 607 Cedar Avenue South, Minneapolis. Boop, bop, beep, bada, boop, bop, bow. I press button on a number and then I click. It says we're over here. What's this? Well, it's the same street. Now, of course, this is with the annotation of 607 Cedar Avenue South. So here's the question. Is it a bad address, or is it possible that Cedar Avenue South might not actually exist? Like, specifically Cedar Avenue South. Is it possible that they were told something that isn't the case? Because there's other places that have locations that are posted as Avenue South too. But unfortunately, they all seem to denote straight down to Cedar Avenue. So let's do Cedar Avenue normal. No annotation. No south. Now we do get a location. Boop. Now we do get a location. And it's the exact same one. Hey, Gunt. Hey, Gunt. Is this conservative propaganda? Me fact-checking you, fact-checking them? Am I a plant? I can't even say without you saying me. Am I a plant created by the Republicans to distract from the Epstein files? Look, I'm gonna pop a nipple right now. But wait, there's more!
Oh, I think we fucking found it. Oh, dude, we're so horny right now. Is this it? Okay. Okay, hold on. We're getting there, dude. We're getting there, bro. Hold on.
I wish I was taking bans. I wish I had $1,000 a week. Bro, I wish I had $1,000 a week. Then I would not be living in the state that I live in. Bro, I wish. I fucking wish, Fatal. I wish.
Okay. All right, hold on. We're going crazy right now.
He's about to do crazy sick plants on it, guys. Wait for it.
Okay, let's see. What road is this? Cedar Avenue. Okay, hold on. I don't know if this is the same place.
Well, Gunt, considering that we have the ability to fact check things, and that we have Street View,
somewhere.
It'd be the case that if it doesn't look like another place, and it's registered under some kind of fucking hibbity hoopla, that they in fact did try to misdirect people to a different location.
Almost guarantee you at the wrong place. Yup, they're at the wrong place. Yep. Got it.
Guarantees they're at the wrong place.
Let's
Guaranteeing they're at the wrong place. Show it on the camera. Show it on the camera. Where's the wrong place? Show it on the camera. Where's the wrong place? Show it on the camera. Where is it? Gunt! Where is it? Gunt! Where is it?
Two transportation companies are on the main road right now, and this is 607, and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. This is the Omaro Resource Center of Minneapolis, where there's multiple business buildings inside of here. This is the road they're supposed to be on, which would be Cedar Avenue South. They are on Cedar Avenue. They are not on Cedar Avenue South. This is where they are. This is where they are. This is not where they're supposed to be. They're in the wrong place. I think it's intentional. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. This is the place that's listed, Omaro Resource Center.
Here's a question. Real quick question. Hey, Gunt, did you notice how you have to use MapQuest in order to find this thing that you're looking for? And yet still, when I go looking for the Omaro Resource Center, that it's centered on City Cab in this location that is over here, based on what you're showing them? Because I can look it up by name too. Gunt. I hate to bust your bubble. They're in the exact place they're supposed to be. They're exactly in the place they're supposed to be. They're in the exact place they're supposed to be. The buildings are the same, my guy. They're the same. They're the same buildings, my dude. They're in the same location. They are, in fact. Because it's telling them that they're supposed to be here. It does not pull up for south. Which is why there's a difference on MapQuest. Because there's a Cedar Avenue South. And yet, what are you noticing? 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 It's the same buildings. It's the same roads. It's the same buildings. It's the same roads. 6th Avenue Street. Cedar Avenue South. Cedar Avenue. It's the same building. It's the same building. It's the same building. It's the same building. For some reason, MapQuest brings up and says that it's a different building. But no, it's a building behind the building. In the same location as the building. Looney Tunes. Why is he using MapQuest? Because when you use Google, Google does not designate a difference between Cedar Avenue South and Cedar Avenue. Again, it's the same building. Same street, same building, same businesses around the building. The Omaro Center of Minnesota is supposed to be right here next to Ka Express. They don't offer a street view of it. Yet notice, restaurant, business, business. There's supposed to be a business behind this business that's supposed to be the resource center. And it's not there. Let's go to their website. Omaro Center Research of Minnesota. About page. Text. Information. It says that the Omaro Research Center is supposed to be 6875 Highway Northeast. Notice that it's spelled with address. It's supposed to be spelled with address. Not address. Address. 6875 Highway, Freedley, Minnesota. This is where it says it currently is right now, based on this location. Let's type in the actual information into a secondary window. We're now in an entirely separate place. Oh look, a business is called All Sierra Academy, and it's a religious school. Next to the location, that is 68 Highway Northeast. Is this the same location? No, it is not. In fact, let's do a travel comparison. Where's the direction button? Directions. From here to here. I'm on my way. Hey, good. Can you explain why this location, based on its own information that's supposed to be available, is not there? Based on this location, based on where it's supposed to be? Because you're claiming they're supposed to be in one place that they're not supposed to be, and they're in another? Except that the map shows that they're in 2 different places? Hey, can you explain why there's supposed to be another cab company located at this location? Hell, let's look it up again. Let's specifically look for City Cab, right? Because this is being sourced from yellowpages.com, right? Let's reserve this. Show me this. Show me City Cab. You notice how it pulls out? And doesn't give me a location? Magic carpet rides, man. This is what we're going to call it. We're going to call it a magic carpet ride. Because that's what you claimed. Here's you trying to use the information to get a gotcha. And you actually demonstrated an example of this bad behavior. But it doesn't exist, so it doesn't matter, right? I don't know what I'm talking about when we're talking about people being stupid. I guess you don't know how to do research, bro. I guess you don't know how to fact check things. I guess you moved a little bit too fast. Talked a little bit too fast, huh? Continuing.
He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps. He's fucking stupid.
Nick Shirley doesn't know how to read directions, but you don't know how to read directions. You're stupid, you're dumb. You were just proven dumb by a black chud.
Stupid. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess you're stupid. I guess you're dumb. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I guess you don't know how to read shit. I guess you don't know how to fact check things. I guess you don't know how to do additional information. 2 clicks. That's all it took. 2 clicks. 2 clicks. 2 clicks. We use the same information. We use the same tools. 2 clicks. I showed people directly. You didn't show anybody at all.
I don't know what to tell you.
Actually, a money transfer, but it's registered here.
It's not registered there. They're at the wrong place.
607. This does not look like Safari.
They're not at the correct place. They're not at the correct place. They're at 607 South. This kid's an idiot.
Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transportation.
This guy's an idiot. They don't know anything. They're at the wrong place. They went to the wrong place. They went to the wrong place. I think it's intentional. They're at the wrong place. I don't know what to tell you. They went to the wrong place in their GPS. I don't know what to tell you. They're not the right spot. So
It's all just looks like money.
They went to the wrong place. They went to the wrong place in the GPS. They're not in the right place. They're not in the right place. They're not in the right place at all. They're dumb. They don't know how to read a map. PapaGunt doesn't know how to read a map. PapaGunt doesn't know how to read a map. He doesn't know how to fact check. He doesn't know how to fact check. He can't do his job. 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 He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know how to do his job. He doesn't know his job. He's retarded. He's retarded. He's retarded. He's retarded. He's retarded. And you know what's actually fucked up about this fact check? You know what the fucked up part about this? This is literally the river I was talking about, where the homes can be found. This is the side of the river that has the apartment complex that I spoke about earlier in the chat room. We'll go over that link real quick. Just real quick. Real quick. It's not going to take long. So, this is inside the live broadcast room that is inside my Discord. This is information we went over during the on-screen broadcast for the Yappin', specifically Yappin' 34. Yappin' with Carl number 34. Going specifically here to apartments.com for Expo. These are the apartments that are being managed by this firm, known as Bigos, for a 200 University, Southeast Minneapolis 55414. Right? So, here they are. This is the road to go from where they are to where they're supposed to be. Now, notice what happens here when I type in this location. They're right there on the other side of the river for this business. For where housing is supposed to happen for this business. You see how these look nice and accommodating? See how it look good? You see how they look nice and livable? The stature. This is managed by a private by a private company across the river. I'll even see if I can go find the other buildings from that chat on that day. The ones that I kept calling Cabrini Green. The day that I did that was the 4th. So go back to my dates on the 4th. Yeah, we gotta do it manually. Take me 1 second. It's gonna take me a second to scroll there. Gotta turn back the skies. There we go. January 6th, January 4th. January 4th on Sunday. Let me get the link, let me get the link, let me get the link, let me get the link. Google, Stephen Square. No, that is a different one. Cedar 94. Those are the apartments inside of Ward 6. County Road. Those are also Cedar. Franklin. Here we go. E. Franklin. Yes, baby. Give me a second, baby. Give me a second, baby. I'll be right there, baby. I love you too. I'm waiting from the back. She's gonna hit me when I get outside. Okay. West Franklin Avenue. West Franklin Terrace. Franklin Terrace. 194 Franklin Terrace. 200 University Avenue Street. And then before that, Riverside Plaza. Here we go. So, note, this business on this side of the road, here, this is Riverside Plaza. Behold! They charge $1,100 to $1,200 to live in these apartments, this high-rise. This high-rise is on the south side of the river. The Expo on University is on the north side of the river. The north side is considered the richer side, and the south side at Riverside is considered the poorer side, since that's the side that's actually connected to Ward 6. This is the same area, literally a street across from this business. Right there. Do you think, in his infinite wisdom, he would have done anything to check the living stature of any of the things around here, to double check them? I can promise you that he didn't. A lot of this is related to the investigation shit that I was given by my Discord mod. That is a civilian that lives in the state here, in this area, or formerly actually lived in this area and then moved to a nicer area on the western side of the state, in Ward 7. Not directly related to this, but literally the place that is considered the downtrodden shithole of the state is literally a street over and across and down from this living facility. And he didn't fact check any of the things there to find out if that was the case. And he didn't fact check the actual distance between the location that he's supposed to be at and where they are to check to see if it was the actual location. And yet the location of the business that he said he was going to, that he was supposed to be wronged for going to, is located at a different business, court to their website and to their contact information. So it is the case that the Gunt can't actually do his own job. In fact, a fat man is lazier than a fat black man. Boing! Now, excuse me so I can go get violated outside real quick. I'll be right back, chat. In my stead, I leave you my first forgotten-born edgelord child. I leave you in the comforting arms of Shadow. At least for a time period. And in my stead, while I am doing that, I leave you with Crush 40 Sonic music.
Can you feel life moving
my child been taking care of you all? Okay. Star says hi, by the way. Julian fell asleep in the car because he wanted to see me, and he was dead tired, which I find extremely hilarious and funny. She was not happy though, because she thought I was angry. She misses all of you all guys, though. I told her you all sent your love. Some of you sent more than your love. And that's not your job, that's my job. Anyways, back to it. Before we left, last on single player Carl, the Guts was being wrong in triplicate.
But if you look at the second...
They're just lying. This is the level of investigative research you get. They showed up to the wrong address. It's not 607 to 607 South. They're stupid. Oh, this is obviously a clip.
Secretary of State's office, State of Minnesota, Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue.
It's not 607 Cedar Avenue. You want to know how I can prove it? Check this out.
Transportation companies are all on a main road right now, and there are two transit. Here is 6.
Because it says 607 South. Their own address is 607 South.
07 and all.
They're lying. Dude, I feel like this is a defamation lawsuit at this point. They're just lying at this point. My fat ass did more fucking investigative journalism than he did, and I'm sitting here.
My fat ass did more investigative journalistic work than you did, and I'm literally about to rip into 2 fucking foot-long hoagies, nigga, with 2 fucking pounds of drink, because I have a woman who loves me, and loves me enough to know that if I go out and do some dumbass bullshit, that she's going to make me feel bad about it until I correct myself. Lying at your ass. Lying at your ass. Wait for it, chat. It's coming.
Also 17.
Incredible.
And it's been registered here since 2015. That was the original filing.
So let's see if we can. We have the manager. See if we can find Fod. Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
We're looking for Safari Transport.
This one is New York Deli with a full sub. It is pastrami, Black Forest ham, hard salami, and baby Swiss cheese and white French. And turkey and cheddar.
Transportation? No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation. So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation.
No, it's not.
607.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Bro, can we just like seriously talk about how absolutely stupid these two are? They showed up to the wrong address and they're demanding to find a transportation company.
But didn't they themselves, when they walked into the building, confirm that they were looking for a business that wasn't there?
We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
We're looking for Safari Transportation.
There's no Safari Transportation here.
No.
They confirmed that there is no Safari Transportation here, in this location that they came to. They clarified and asked to make sure, and it is not there. This is clearly a Somali territory in the city that is visited regularly by Somalis, as they are selling things of Somalian culture in the business, as well as other services that they would be interested in. Such as the Lyco phone business there, they have featured. So it's the case that if this is something people asked about before, that they would either know, and they would then say, oh, you're in the wrong place, then they wouldn't be so hostile and aggressive towards fighting them. Like, they would know if it's on that street or not. They'd be like, oh, you're looking for this business? Yeah, it's not here. That's 2 doors down. Or, oh, you're on the wrong street. That's a street up and over on the other side of the, like, on the river. But that's not what they did. And it's also not the case because Cedar Avenue South is just Cedar Avenue.
Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation. So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation.
No, it's not.
607.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Bro, can we just like seriously talk about how absolutely stupid these two are? They showed up to the wrong address and they're demanding to find a transportation company. These people are next levels of fucking unintelligent. It's actually fucking insane. It's actually insane, honestly.
Okay, so the business is not here.
Fuad Omar?
Fuad Omar.
We don't know. This, do you see this? What is this?
Money transferring. Okay,
Well, this is
registered.
understand-
This is fraud taking place.
No, it's not. You went to the wrong address, you absolute stupid fuck.
This is supposed to say, this is for Safari Transportation.
No, it's not.
Go find out.
Yeah, we did find out. This is fraud right here.
Registered here
This is
since
registered.
2015. Safari Transportation, state of Minnesota.
Dude, this is like, I don't know how to explain to you how insanely fucking stupid this is. These two showed up to the wrong address and are now harassing a bunch of fucking Somali people. This was supposed to be a transportation company. They got
A YouTuber does poor researching, and off that poor researching, busts his nut way too early, and continues antagonizing a content creator, claiming that they're antagonizing Somalis for views, without fact-checking not only the location of the business that is supposed to be there, that he searched in his own content, but because this has been done in triplicate and people saw it, when it was fact-checked and proven that they were at the right business and he was wrong, instead of taking the L, he attempts to hide. He runs away from his content, deletes the material. Where's my city clip? He tries to hide his content, deletes the material, and tries to hide out after deleting the VOD, despite the fact everybody copied the VOD. So we know that he was wrong. And then, in front of your eyes, here, tonight, live, I fact-checked for you the very thing that he did, and showed you not only how he was wrong, but how he was wrong 3 times. Wrong about the location, wrong about the business, and demonstrating exactly why you have to fact-check the locations of these businesses, because they say one thing on Google, and they say another when you actually go to the website, and then show another location when you actually type it in, and when you show the distance between the place, again, for the people at home that are watching only the audio version, when you confirm the location in question, and you show how wrong he is, you can see that he's wrong by by literally miles of wrong. Not just wrong, miles wrong. Because how did I get the location for 6875 Highway 65 Northeast? I went to the website of the place that he said that was supposed to be there. And then, even comparatively, if you're like, okay, Carl, that doesn't prove anything, the same location that he claims that a business like this is supposed to be, as well as the other business is supposed to be, it's supposed to be in this business on this street, in this business in the back. It's not there. And it's the same street, in the same view. Nigga, I'd be embarrassed. I would be so embarrassed. I would be so embarrassed.
I don't know. Is this intent? Are they stupid or dishonest? Like, are they dumb or dishonest? I don't know how this happens. I don't understand how this happens.
Is he stupid? Is he dumb? Is he dumb or dishonest? Is he dumb or dishonest? I don't know how this happens. PapaGunt, how do you do this to yourself?
Well, but it's registered now. This is current, just off the state of Minnesota website today. This is from today. I just printed this off today. Fuad Omar.
Go check it out.
We're here. This is 607. Where's Safari Transportation?
It's not Safari here.
Okay, so it's a fraudulent business.
It's 607 South, you fucking moron.
Exactly. Exactly. It's not here. It's a fraud.
Oh my god, this is so embarrassing.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next address. All right, let's keep moving on. So 607, this is supposed to be Safari Transportation. No
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the $2 from Z King. Who's number to you? Papa, Pearl, or Nick Shirley? Me. I know what you meant. Probably Nick Shirley.
No, it's probably Pearl Davis. Pearl Davis is somebody who has a mother that has a background in public speaking, who just demonstrably says, nah, Mom, you did all this work to try and raise me right. I'm not going to be a retard in the internet reviews. For anybody who's wondering what the drink is, it's that fruit splash. When you want to have a splash of truth, drink the Negro brand. Don't drink whatever dumbass Kool-Aid's going on over there in the PapaGunt house. You might do something stupid like stake your claim and your representation and your authority on an idea of something that isn't real, and then you get fucking L's on your fucking forehead.
Transportation company, and now we're going to 617, another transportation company. However, it is actually Cedar Riverside Liquor.
I don't know.
Literally down the street.
17 is. You don't show anything that would insinuate that address, so I don't know what that is. I don't know how dishonest you're being or not, so I can't do anything with that information. He doesn't show us any proof that there's supposed to be something at 617. So
where is the transportation company?
617.
617 right here.
617 Avenue South. 617 Cedar Avenue South. They're at 617 Cedar Avenue. They're in the wrong place. They're in the wrong place. They're in the wrong place, dude.
He doesn't look it up live. He didn't do his paperwork. He can't show you, Fatal. He can't show you. He didn't really do the work. He just Googled some shit around and thought, oh, I found it. I can prove them wrong. And he was so zealous. He was so cooked for the hard-on to be like, yeah, I prove that he's a fucking grifter. That he demonstrated he's a fucking loser who can't do his job right. I drank both of them, Pip. I love ginger ale and ginger ale products. Char does not. So he's about to do the same thing to 617 Cedar Avenue South.
It's funny because the A34 probably means that like that's the room number of the building. It's probably like probably the third floor. Okay.
So he's about to do it again.
We'll do this again.
Notice, it's still the same building. It's still the same buildings that they're going to. This one's down the street from the one they just came from. He's literally in Google on Cedar Avenue, which registers as Cedar Avenue South if you were to look at it inside of MapQuest. Watch. I'll do the investigative work for you. Information here, 617 Cedar Avenue, Minneapolis, 55454. Here, MapQuest, just changed to 617. Search. Look at all the businesses that come up. We haven't moved. It's the same street. Go down to 617. It's literally the next building over. 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 Take it from MapQuest. Put it in Google. It's literally the next building over. How do we know? This business shape is what's throwing you off. Look at the actual building. 6th Street. S. 6th Street. Cedar Avenue. S. 6th Street. Cedar Avenue. S. So Cedar Avenue South and 6th Street South. Same building. It's the same plan design. 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 Over here you have 619th. Over here you've got also 619th. And then you got a little box right here. Then you have 7th Street on the south here. Then you have Cedar Avenue over here. Then you have 6th Street over here. 7th, 19th, Cedar Avenue, 7th Street, obviously 6th Street. It's the same location. He didn't just do it once, he did it twice! How embarrassing.
This is where they are, 617. This is where they're supposed to be. This is 617 South. Notice how the roads are not the same.
Now, you can see him doing exactly the same work for me. The part that's the most fucking embarrassing is he then had the ability to compare it, and he didn't notice that it wasn't a difference. He didn't notice. He didn't notice. He was so busy needing to fish exactly for Cedar Avenue South, which logically you think would be right. But then comparing between two different search engines, he wasn't able to demonstrate. But hey, the Gunt knows everything. There's no fraud. There's no investigation that needs to be done. Do not investigate him getting this wrong. If you do that, that is a ploy to distract from the Niegewolf SS.
617 South. Notice how the roads are not the same. They're not at the same place. They're at the incorrect location once again. This is fucking heavily embarrassing for them.
Just wait. It's coming. The moment's coming.
Holy fuck.
He's gonna get it.
Insane.
Eventually he's gonna get it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Transportation for the
Jesus Christ. Alright.
the state of Minnesota is registered as 617 Cedar Avenue South.
You're not at 617 Cedar Avenue South.
And it's a liquor store. David, they aren't even trying to hide that these are transportation companies. Where are the vans at?
Should we ask?
Let's go ask.
Dude, this is like little Cub Scouts going around doing.
Hey, remember when you said, hey, you should go out and you should physically be there? Why don't you go find the Somali pirates? Hey, look, they're looking for the Somali fraud. Look, right in front of you. They're looking for Somali fraud. They're going physically to the business locations, and then they're asking questions. Is this good enough for the Gunt? Is it good enough for the Gunt?
Being a fucking scavenger hunt.
No!
Fucking shop.
Because you decided that you knew best.
Running them. This is insane.
Hey, we're looking for Dreamline Transportation.
Now we're in 617 Dreamline.
Notice how they cut out the address.
Notice how you cut them off.
He probably was like, oh, that's not this address, and they cut it out of the video. Okay.
Transportation. No. Where is the transportation company?
No, we don't have this.
You ever heard of Safari Transportation?
Safari? I know Safari, that money wiring, 607.
The money wiring?
Yeah.
Okay, that's money wiring.
Yeah.
We're looking
It's probably called Safari Money Wiring. Who gives a shit?
for Safari.
If it's called Safari Transportation, this is one of the worst moments. If it's called Safari Transportation, and the locals in the area recognize it as Safari Money Wiring, that means that it's either a different Safari or the wrong Safari. If they ask for clarification, and they say no, it's never been transportation, it's always been money wiring, then that means it's a sign of a registration that is false. They are registered inside of public documentation for the government that does not reflect the reality of what is actually being operated. That is fraud! That is fraud, Gunt! Open shut fraud! If I register for a business and I say my business is a daycare, and you go to my physical location and you find a trap house, that's fraud. This was an open case example of fraud. Demonstrable by just simply fact checking it. Twice. The same kind of fucking investigative work that you think they shouldn't do. Or that the government workers will do. Being done in front of you. But it's not good enough for you because you decided they must be lying. And instead you just show that you can't read a fucking map.
Transportation.
607.
They said they never heard of it.
I never did. Safari,
It's because you're at the wrong house. You're at the wrong place.
company, then many wiring. They send money there. That's the 607.
So Safari gets the money and then they wire it out.
Yeah, many.
That man just said that
Safari gets the money and wires it out? Dude, what are they talking about?
Safari is actually a money wiring company, so
It's probably also a money wiring company. Safari is not the most unique name in the world.
Wait for it. We're in the back 20 now.
therefore they're receiving money and then wiring it somewhere.
They're just making things up on the spot.
Underneath
Oh, really?
Transportation company.
They're making things up in the spot? Is that kind of like the same wiring company that I was told about on my broadcast, number 34, by my moderator and Minnesotan local called Banana Pay LLC? We'll do that number right now. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I'm better than you at your job. Don't worry. Black people will be better than you. We will replace you. Don't worry, don't worry. You'll notice, chat, if you type in Banana Pay, that there are 4 different locations inside of the state alone. East Franklin, Cedar, Pillsbury, and McKnight. But Banana Pay LLC, for funsie, is literally down the street from the Cedar 94 apartments. Right? Yeah. Which is the building that was being managed by the original housing authority leader when he was the councilperson for Ward 6, where that is the Somali, echo center. Now, who would like to see photos? Would you like to see photos? I can show you photos. Let me show you what those photos is on the inside. Because this is literally across the way from them. Here's the outside of Cedar 94. Which is basically where Amadwe made his home. Look how nice it is. This is some nice condominiums. Wouldn't you like to live in these? Got nice living space. Got communal eating. You've got an indoor pool. Where is the exercise center? I know the exercise center picture should be here. You've got public computer lab. Where's the exercise center? Did I take those photos out? No, here they are. They've got a nice indoor gym. You know, it's not the biggest thing. It ain't fucking Planet Fitness. But it's well stocked. Guess how much they pay for it? Guess how much they pay for it? Less than those apartments that I showed you. Less than the Death Trap House apartments in the high rise, and less than the Expo Seaside on the other side of the bridge. They pay less than $900. They pay less than $900. For context, the apartments I'm talking about is these ones. They charge them less than this. This is on the good side of the river. This is a company that's just price gouging out the ass. Because technically they can be able to charge you close to 200 2,000 rent for this. But it goes upwards from 2,000 to nearly 1,500. They pay less than 90. They pay less than 90. They got a gym. They got a spa. They've got nice condominiums. condominiums, nice housing, meaningful kitchen, with a actual veranda to watch and step outside of, with various different house sizes. Although some of these designs repeat themselves. Examples here, examples here. And all of this, and buildings like this, managed literally down the street from Banana Pay, which is the premier money transfer service of choice for the Somalis. This was upkept by the current head of housing when he was the councilman responsible for Ward 6. And his goal was to build condominiums like this across Minneapolis. But until they do, they're living in triplexes and duplexes that are not this. They are not stable, and they're not applicable for wheelchair accessibility and motor vehicle transport for non-medical transportability, especially for those that are disabled and cannot use normal transportation. And this is in the same area. This is literally in the same area. Because it's over there. It's literally on this street. Literally on this side of the river. And meanwhile, if you don't have that housing situation, you've got either Expo or you've got the other side of Franklin. Crazy, huh? Why is it that I'm able to do that and the Gunt can't? Why is that? Why is it I can fact check this and he couldn't? It must be a mystery.
Go here.
Papa, your own Amoros look at the same place. No, it's not. You're so incorrect about that, but I'll show you how you're wrong. This is 607 South.
Oh, worse. He even tried to fact check the person by telling him, no, you're wrong. I'm going to prove that you're wrong. I'm going to make an example of you on camera.
This is
Here it comes. 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 Here it comes.
One is here. One is here. What you're saying is not correct. They're literally two different places. I don't know what else to tell you. It's probably like an office structure, like a.
The first thing that he says is it's probably like an office structure. It's in a different location. They're at the long location, and he's saying, oh, now actually it's two different buildings. They're in two different buildings. Despite not recognizing that they're in the right location and that it is two different buildings, but they're on the right street. He didn't notice because he was too busy being smug up to the chat.
Not a residential, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about.
3A right here. And then you have 617A right here, but this is reliable services, immigration, travel, and tax.
Whoa.
I do not see a transportation company anywhere.
Because you're in the wrong spot.
Hey, we're hoping to find Dreamline Transportation. You ever heard of it? I've never heard of it.
I give it $10 from Shandy616. I bet conservatives will still prop this guy up as a fraud messiah, even though the oh yeah, they don't care. The conservatives are still going to eat this guy's fucking booty hole. I'm going to post a fucking clip specifically about this point where they're just like
they want to eat his ass out. They want to eat his ass out because they don't care. But you don't care enough to make sure that you're right, to ensure that hey, maybe I did get it wrong, and you still haven't noticed yet. You're planning out, pre-planning. How you're going to make an example of people. Because if you're using August, which is probably the same person that does editing for Destiny, you're literally in the DGD complex. Using his editor to make yourself look right when you were proven wrong on camera.
Literally cosplaying, and they're still going to be like, well, you're wrong, he might have gotten a little thing. He's lying.
He said to ask here, so you would know.
This is a mailbox.
So, Dreamline Transportation could be nothing more than a mailbox.
What are you talking about, Dreamline Transportation?
834.
So it could be one of these mailboxes. Well,
it could be one of these mailboxes. Sure. You're right, Nick.
Okay, see you later.
607.
Well, he thinks that the business could be at one of the mailbox. Was it the residential business address or was it the mailing address? If it's a mailing address, it is actually possible to send mail to a P.O. box. How do I know? Because I have a P.O. box. My mother believes in sending mail not directly to our home, but instead sending some of it to a P.O. box. This is useful where if you want to be able to have your mailing address be different from your residential address. especially if you expect for packages to be delivered in such a way. Kind of like what YouTubers have been doing since time immemorial.
Safari Transportation doesn't exist. It's actually a money wiring business. 617 Dreamline, inside of there, it's actually a liquor store. And then 617A is a place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT services. How are you doing?
I'm surprised you got that. I'm surprised you got that, to be honest with you, but okay.
Man.
And then next door to him is a pharmacy that is built in the exact same way on the exact same street, where they're packed in like sardines. Yeah, this is not confusing at all to any person.
I want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
And then along comes somebody who clearly is a part of the Somali community, who walks up to him and is getting on camera in his face, declaring that he is sensationalizing propaganda about Somalis. When any person can do what I just did tonight and do the exact same experiment and get the exact same results.
This is so funny. Because this guy shows up right after we've already established that Nicholas and David are in the wrong spot. They're at the wrong address. We confirmed it. We verified it. We know it for a fact. They're at 617. They're supposed to be at 617 South. And now this guy shows up and is like, hey, why are you sensationalizing? He's right. He's objectively right. This guy is actually objectively correct about everything he's about to say.
What are we sensationalizing?
Attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking.
So a person who's supposed to belong to the Somali community comes up filming somebody who's filming to go viral on something that's happening. And because you have a narrative, a presupposed narrative that he's already harassing Somalis, you do literal, fascistic, sarcastic terrorism for the same regime that you believe in. And you effectively try to say, nah, live on camera, get it wrong, and then continue repeating what would be the regime fascista line while still having the information wrong. That's actually stupid. That's actually ridiculous. Because here's some questions I would ask if I was a broadcaster. You know, in the timeline where I exist, if I was a broadcaster recording this and watching this back, why did you walk up recording me? For your protection? Okay, I'll grant you that. But why did you come up and ask me why am I specifically attempting to sensationalize a narrative? Shouldn't you just be able to tell me, hey, can you tell me where this business is? Explain to me where this business is.
Your community by any means.
Nick is in the process of lying about things right now.
Are you making money from this?
We're looking for fraud. No, for instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there.
It's not at 607. It's 607 South. You showed it.
And why don't you answer? Why don't you answer the question? Where's 617 Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job is
attacking the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
Because you see, the thing that occurs to me is that if I can't ask you where the business is, okay, you just claim that I'm sensationalizing? No, I want to know where the business is. Can you tell me where this business is? You know this area better than I do. Don't you live here? Tell me where it is. If you can't do it, and you either misdirection, or you continue to mog for attention and for views, it is the case that you're inherently trying to mislead. That you're trying to mislead people, and thus you should be very much criticized for having done so, especially when you walk up with the intention of trying to create a viral moment with your recording.
I'll tell you the reason why this is happening. All right,
Dude, I'm fucking so irritated. This is so fucking annoying. How, like, dude, it's so bad. This one's worse than the other one, honestly. Thank you for $10 from Buller. Probably got your IQ is showing because Nick is clearly wearing Roddy Piper's glasses from the movie They Live, where only Nick can see the real storefront and not the hoggers. So true, bro. You're fucking blasting me in the asshole. Holy fuck. Dude, I have, like, so curious. I shouldn't do this live, but I'm still gonna do it. I don't know, dude. This is so dumb.
He brings up Caleb Hammer. Here we go. Lock in. We're at the moment. We're getting to the moment. He pulls up Caleb Hammer live. or at least pulls up a VOD from his channel. He pulls up a VOD of Caleb Hammer and his team, and he's about to go all in. Prepare yourself. He's going full gunt.
It's all just looks like money wiring. But if you look at the Secretary of State's office, state of Minnesota, Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care, because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb Hammer and their fact-checking team of like 30 different employees were able to figure out that they're at the wrong address.
Pause. So, now it's not even about anything that Nick Shirley has to say. It's not about his content. It's not about who he is. No longer about him being a plant for the Republicans so that you can distract from the Epstein files. He specifically wants to attack Caleb Hammer and say, does Caleb Hammer know that they're at the wrong location? So that he can antagonize him. None of this was about actually caring about the issue. It was an attack on Caleb Hammer the entire time! Because he has a hatred, well, he has a hate boner. He has a hate boner for him. And he wants to get him live and air where they gotcha.
Because they're at 607 and not 607 South. I need to know like how desperate they are to come guzzle fucking conservative propaganda.
Registered right here. It's 617, but it's a liquor store. And so the location here is
Caleb Hammer is cum guzzling conservative cocks. Is he stupid, and does he know how to do his job?
607.
The location there, just so you can see, I just want to be very clear, Mr. Hammer, there's a bunch of you guys here. This is your job, and it triggers the fuck out of me because we're supposed to be friends. This is 607 South. They're at 607.
Here he goes. He's going. He's going. He's doing his bills. He's doing it. He's doing it.
I'm going to show you on a fucking map.
Hear the lion, hear him roar.
The 45 of you should have been able to figure this out. This is where they are. This is where they're supposed to be. These are not the same place. These are not the same place. Notice how this is what the streets look like. Notice how this is what this street looks like. This is a collective of different office buildings at the, whatever the fuck this is called, a resource center in Minnesota. This is where they're supposed to be. This is where they are showing on the screen right now. This is where they're showing on the screen. Right here. This is where they are, Caleb. Did you guys fact check this? It is very simple. It is a...
He hasn't even allowed them a chance to react to the information. He's just busting wide open right now. He's just gushing, gushing, gushing.
Google search. It is putting in a little bit of effort to figure this out.
Effort you haven't allowed them to do because you're clip chimping.
I really would like to know. Or are you going to say, oh, that's crazy, and take it as a fact? I'm really sick and tired of it, because I like Caleb, but like realistically speaking, our friendship is fractured because I can't handle the superior unintelligence of somebody who says they just follow the facts.
Caleb is my friend, but he's fucking retarded because he just follows the facts, but he doesn't do work. Work that I haven't allowed him to do on his VOD because I have literally pause-Andy'd him at the moment where he could then answer. And now I'm disingenuously going on a rant, attacking said person based on this thing. He is broken right now. His head is at a 45-degree angle. We are siege heiling to the belt scoops. The messages have been received.
I can't deal with it. I can't deal with somebody who says I'm a fact guy and then doesn't Google basic fucking information. They're lying about where they are, or they're so incredibly fucking stupid they don't know. And you have a fact-checking team of people who can do this for you. I am an obese man in my own fucking basement that's able to do basic Google searches. I don't understand how
And you somehow still haven't corrected it while I'm a man who's living in his house, in a house that he works out of, who was able to do the same fact-checking and was able to fact-check you live on camera, on air, with no prep work ahead of time, only having seen the moment before, to show how you came across this failure and how you could have done better. And I got a woman who loves me. I have a stepchild that loves me. They're sitting in a car waiting to talk to me. Both on camera last night and tonight. Fell asleep waiting for me. Bro, you have no love in your life. You have no one in your corner that is capable of telling you you should have done extra work, bro. Like, unironically, what is this psychosexual attachment you have to Caleb?
I came to this conclusion. So let's just see that you guys go, wow, that's wrong. They're lying.
And also 617. These are two transportation.
Let's see if they say it.
We're on the main road right now, and this is 607. And it is not a transportation company. It's actually a money transfer. But it's
money transfer.
607. This does not look like.
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transfer.
Why? What do you do with your money? Do you just like shove it up your fucking ass, or do you actually like spend it on people doing their fucking job? I'm sick of this shit, dude. What the fuck is this? Are you fucking kidding me?
He's literally still blowing his load. He hasn't stopped cooming. He hasn't stopped cooming. He's still cooning and cooning and cooning and cooning. This is like Carl cocking his skull on a 10-second clip of Jay Longbow mid-critique. Well, see, here's the first thing. I would never do that because, number one, regardless of how much I would pause, I literally go through all content and then consume opinion. No matter if I pause in the middle of a sentence and I ask, is that what he wanted to ask? Is that what he's trying to do? Is that he's trying to do stuff? Blah, 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 whatever the fuck happens. I always review the clip in total. I take notes while I'm hearing something. To the chagrin that I can then be criticized and said that I'm not paying attention when I'm taking notes on something. I would never do this, because it's not my character. I would want to be sure that I got it right. I'd want to make sure that I understand somebody. I would let people have the ability to speak and finish their thought, so that they don't get clip-chimped in the middle of a fucking sentence, because somebody wants to try and interrupt them in the middle of a conversation. I would never do that. That's the problem, Fatal. I'd never ever do that. At the same time, that's my mutual. There are things that I probably wouldn't notice because it's not going to be on my radar to smell. But then I have a friend that would literally put it on my radar to smell it. And vice versa. I don't think I've ever done this in my life. Because, like, getting mad at a clip is not the same thing as getting mad at something that you're completely wrong about. And completely just refusing to take advice that says that you might be wrong. It would be very dumb if you did that. Especially if you didn't talk to other people that had the same point of view from the same situation you were talking about. Topical on the nose, Carl. Topical on the nose.
It's all just looks like money wiring. What if you look at the Secretary of State's office?
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. This is crazy. It's crazy, bro. What the fuck is crazy, dude? You have a fucking... This kid is a retard. Nick Shirley's a fucking retard. He's going around lying about the places he's going to, and you sit there and you go, that's crazy. I'm just in the middle, guys. I'm cum-guzzling conservative propaganda.
He hasn't even said anything to the degree yet, because he haven't gotten to check anything yet. And he's still coming. He's still coming.
Because there's no expectation from my fucking audience to fact-check anything at all. There's no expectation. My audience doesn't want me to be correct. My audience wants to guzzle shit. My audience wants me to guzzle fucking cum. That's all they want. Guys, I'm in the middle, but I completely bow down to my conservative audience. But guys, I'm in the middle. But I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of kind of normal and completely batshit fucking crazy. That's where I am. I'm sitting here listening to Nick Shirley, who can't even say fucking words, taking everything he's saying as a fact when he's not at the correct location on the fucking paper he shows us in the video. Are you fucking kidding me? You have like 30 fucking employees, Caleb. Are you fucking kidding me? What expectation do you set yourself to where you fail constantly to do basic fucking research as you guzzle this fucking retard's cum? I don't understand where it fucking comes from. Zero questions about him not showing up at the opening hours of any of these daycares.
Which you didn't let him do because you're still spurging.
Zero questions about him not calling the daycares to try to set up appointments.
Which you didn't let him do because you're still fucking spurging.
Zero questions about the fact that these places have violations when it comes to these kids, but somehow the kids aren't there.
But you can't be able to speak on that because you're still spurging.
We don't have any of that, but we get a that's crazy when Nick Shirley shows up to the wrong place.
Because he's looking into the clip and has not finished assessing the clip yet, and you haven't allowed him to say anything because you're still spurging. Wipe the slop off your beard, okay? Wipe it off your beard. Work the peak of your microphone. Wipe the slop off your beard.
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy. This fraud is fucking crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this shit? How do you feel? Like, you are so weak. This is so weak. I don't give a fuck if this is a disproportionate crash out. I don't give a singular fuck.
I mean, why would you not care about it being a disproportionate crash out? Should we do an investigation on all the crash outs you've ever done in your career to find out if this is a valid one? It isn't. To find out if it's a valid one for you to do? Or is it possible? Is it possible that you should have let him talk before you went on this spur spree? Maybe it's possible you should have checked something before you went on the spur spree. On another note, Gunt's mic sucks ass. It could be a cheap microphone. I know that he has the same stand that I have, because we all have the same shit that came from Amazon. But this was a gift given to me by the people over at the over in Lenore's community inside of Art Life. And it's a Blue Yeti microphone branded for WoW, with the runes on it and everything. The microphone I had before was a Samsung Meteor mic, all of them being condenser USB mics. This also operates as a USB micro mic, but it also has the plug-in for XLR on the back as well, somewhere. Yeah, right there. Or at least a model does. This model does not. I find it curious. I find it very curious.
This is weak. This is pathetic. You are the facts guy that sits down and you lecture a bunch of fucking weird liberals about how they can't spend their money correctly. But you can't spend tens of millions of dollars to hire somebody to do a fucking Google search.
Pause. These two things are non sequiturs. You can't properly budget things that are in your interest for the things you want to do. Versus, I didn't spend my money well enough for a fact check. This is not the same thing. Or are you trying to suppose that what Caleb Hammer would have to do in that alternate reality you just posed is that an alternate universe Caleb Hammer that is always correct to the deficit and detriment of his own points would sit him down and do this spurg out that you're currently doing, despite the fact that the thing that you want can't actually happen because you haven't let them do so from the context of the view that you're looking at in real time, because you went on a spurg out. Mind you, we're only 11 minutes and 30 seconds away from the finishing of the content. What will happen in the last 11 minutes? Place your bets.
That's insane. That is fucking insane. You made a live stream show so you could come gargle whatever fucking narrative makes you more successful. And
I think he would actually have made a live show because recording videos would get a channel popular, but then if he wants to do live streams, he would need to make a separate live stream show so that that material can also be popularized. I think he did it as a way to cover more bases and make more money, rather than to cum guzzle. But I understand. Cum guzzle means to get more money from the people who would watch the live show that are consuming the content. So basically pandering to a base. I wonder if by pandering to them, does it preclude leftists who would also want to learn to have good hobbies and good habits? Is all he does yell at leftists and call them retarded for wasting their money? Or does he actually give them the tools for life to improve themselves and their financials? Hint, he does do both. He literally does do both. You're just stuck on the part that lets him go viral, which is the attacking dumbasses. Kind of like when the original men's rights angel went out and made a content show for men, but he happened to become more famous. Kevin Samuels is who I'm talking about. He became more famous because of the clips of him roasting women, because they were being delusional. Just as much as the men were being delusional, women being delusional. Hey, Sam, hey, Gunt, you're being delusional right now, Adoy.
I don't even think it's about the money. I think you just want people to like you. That's fucking gay. Grow up. You want people to fucking like you? What are you, fucking stupid? Get your shit together and stop fucking supporting lies. This is so basic. It's Google searches, dude. It's Google searches. It's Google searches. How hard?
It's Google searches that you couldn't do because you can't tell the difference between two streets in the same view because you're too busy looking for an exact numeral instead of looking for other geolocation information. You can't read a map.
It's a Google search. He's at the wrong fucking place.
Stake your channel on it?
He's at the wrong place.
Stake your life on it?
It's a Google search. How many?
Stake your brand on it?
Many people failed to Google search.
Stake your credibility on it?
Every fucking video. Is it intentional or is it on accident?
Ah, are you lying or are you lying now? Are you willing to put your entire brand on it, PapaGunt? Are you willing to put it? Are you 10 toes down in it? Are you 10 toes down, nigga? Are you ready to go G-Tech, nigga? You ready to go 9, nigga? You ready to go 9, nigga?
It's fucking crazy. This is insane to me. You put such a high expectation of success onto yourself, and then you fail to Google search. Holy fuck, that's crazy though, guys. That's crazy. I love it. I love how crazy it is. I'm the both sides guy. I call out extremism everywhere, unless it's in front of my fucking face and I make money on it. Then I don't call it out, because I don't give a shit. Because it's not about being right, it's about wanting to seem right. I want people to like me.
Now you're just talking about yourself. I don't want to be right, I want to seem right so that people can like me. I attacked the right person. Look at me. I'm currently attacking the establishment target that needs to be attacked. I am for the howl of the overdog, not for the cry of the underdog. The howl of the overdog, the big boys. Woof, 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 woof. Here I am, master. I'm licking the bone. I'm licking the bone of the corporate. I'm blaming everything other than what is directly in front of my eyes that I could be able to find if I wasn't so motivated by being right and then smucking someone in the face about it that I could have been right and humble. But because I wasn't humble, I can't be right. And because you couldn't be right and humble, now you look wrong and dumb. And worse, you're wrong and dumb and loud. He's not even physically reacting to the content that you're talking about. And you have done all the work to set yourself up for failure.
I want people on Twitter to like me. Oh, Twitter. Oh my God. These people are so real. I want Twitter to like me. Twitter, please like me. I really want a bunch of fucking losers who sit all...
PapaGunt just said any person who uses Twitter is losers. PapaGunt, delete your X media account. No longer use Twitter. Also, delete your TikTok. That's where also some of these losers are too. Disconnect yourself from all the social medias. Put your life on it. Put your brand on it. Put your communication on it. Put your connection on it. You're right? You did all the research. Go forward confidently into the storm.
Day on the internet being racist to like me. I want racists to like me.
You want racists to like you. It's just that their racism is about corporate elitism. And the supposed racist you're standing against is when you ask questions and don't get answers.
Hey guys, look at me. I'm a pick-me fucking Asian.
Hey guys, look at me. I'm a pick-me fucking fat ass. Here I am trying to read it to you as just a normal fucking liberal who has progressive politics but isn't too crazy and isn't too far to the left. And here I am spurging because I can't read a fucking map.
I want racists to love me.
Here I am, PapaGunt. He's doing it again! He's Heil Hitler! He's Heil Hitler! He's Heil Hitler! Here I am, a fat fuck, trying to make myself appeal to people who are supposedly in touch and in tune, and I can't get shit right. And I'm currently wiling out of my mind because I've decided to go balls deep on something that I couldn't recognize the first half second I looked at it. There's 10 seconds left. You have less than 10 minutes. You have less than 10 minutes, PapaGunt. Get out of the way! There's a train coming!
A defense mechanism? What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? I'm sick of this shit. This is fucking bullshit. This is insane. And you wanna know why I'm so angry? Because I'm embarrassed of myself for thinking that you were somebody worth being a fucking friend with.
Oh. Now we're getting personal. I embarrassed myself for thinking that you were somebody that I could be friends with. You are now full mask off, sir. Or as one should say, full shirt off. I can't actually do the bit, because if I do the bit, I might actually get pulled off the platform. But no, you're going full shirt off. Show them the white tennis boy! Milk it! Milk it for what it's worth! Shake your spurgy makers.
But you can't do basic fucking Google searches or ask basic questions. It pisses me off. It's a shame for myself.
How could I have put myself in communications with such a person? Oh, I tricked myself.
It's a fucking shame.
It's a shame. It's a sham. It's a peruse. You get all out?
It's a fucking shame.
You all come out? Oh, nope, you still got more?
Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered here since 2015. That was the original filing.
So let's see if we have the manager, see if we can find it.
Let's see if we can find it.
Are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Looking for the transportation company?
Looking for Safari Transportation?
There's no Safari Transportation. Do you think they saw the original video? And all of a sudden they're like, oh fuck.
Oh fuck, do you think they saw the original? Do you think they saw the original video and they're like, oh fuck? Guys, what's Google? What is Google?
Nope, he's still sparking.
How does Google work? How do we do Google?
I mean, MapQuest isn't Google. Well, let's start there.
How does Google work? Wait a minute, they're here? And they're supposed to be here! Fuck you! What are you doing? You're
Fuck you, what are you doing? You're pathetic.
pathetic!
Anything else?
This is fucking ridiculous. This is the sum of your content. This is what the sum of your
The sum of your content is when a fat man is spurging because he hasn't realized his mistake yet. Don't worry, it's coming! Don't worry, it's coming!
Content has been, Caleb. This is what the sum of your content has been.
The sum of your legacy is clout chalking! The sum of your legacy is clout chalking!
Ever since you started this live show, the sum of your content has been zero.
Oh, not even before you started your original channel. Since you started the live show, The sum of your content is clout sharking for content and money. You're a cum guzzler.
Fact checking.
You're a cum guzzle, Mr. Hammer. You see everything in front of you as a nail. You're dishonest because you did your job because he claimed you didn't, Mr. Hammer. If PapaGunt doesn't realize he fucked up, you're gonna see him get really fucking mad in about 8 minutes and 33 seconds before the voting.
And just being completely willfully ignorant so that you can be popular or whatever you want.
Uh-huh.
Like I just don't understand how to communicate to you that you want to be liked so badly on Twitter that you're doing this. But PapaGunt, some people were liberals were.
I would argue that he's a lot more popular on TikTok than he is on X. Because TikTok has the direct feedback short form algorithm that allows him to monetize all this faster. X is just a repository, and YouTube is a collection space, which would then circulate the same clips. The clips probably go viral first on TikTok, so that they can then find themselves reuploaded and reuploaded on X. It's the same cycle for somebody like Homath.
Mean to me. I lost my fucking TikTok because people on the left took my joke out of context. Am I fucking...
I lost my TikTok. Now we're getting to the real source. I lost my TikTok, a place that I got my views from, because the left would take my jokes in good faith. And you get to make money because you didn't do the thing I'm accusing you of. Ah! Tell me more, baby. Tell me more, tell me more. Are you really that mad?
Slurping dick right now, Caleb?
Slurping cock. Dick, hopping, dick, hopping, dick.
Am I slurping dick, or am I holding to my shit?
I mean, I think you're holding in your shit, because you're about to have a massive case of fuck you diarrhea, nigga.
You have no fucking excuse. I already told you I find this behavior weak. To let people...
I find this behavior weak. Not being able to read a map and then spurting like a lol cow.
Oh, the people on the left were mean to me. I'm a millionaire and they said mean things about me.
Multi-millionaire.
Nobody believed any of the lies. I fucking defended the shit out of you.
I defended you, and you didn't give me some connection of that clout? You fucking asshole! We getting real deep personal right now. Nickname this nigga Starscream, goddamn!
Are you kidding me? And I wasn't wrong. I don't defend people because I'm friends with them, but...
Yes, you do. What you are saying is contrary to the actual belief. Yes, you do. You defend them because they are your friends, or perceived to be your friends. You defend them because you perceive them to be your friends, and you think, I'm gonna do this thing for you, and then later on the line, you're gonna fucking help me out, bro. Right, bro? Right? You're gonna do that for me, right? And then, when you don't get the quid pro hammer, the quid pro cum, the quid pro quomo, you get angry. It's just like Cousin Fred encouraged the cowardly dog when he doesn't get his comebacks. When he doesn't get his comebacks. This man has a tendency of becoming very fat, gay, and angry. He spugs, he strouches, he does all the louches. He gets very self-important and self-righteous, all because he's angry. Looney Tunes, bro. Looney Tunes. There's still 7 minutes and 35 seconds left. How many more secrets do you think he's about to divine of his being? How many more?
You want to know why? I'm sure, apparently I let some of my bias leak through. That's weak. This is the weak men making times hard for everybody.
Ah, yes! Hard times, weak men. Yes, he is the weak man, not you. He is the weak man, not men like you that do the exact same thing on behalf of everybody else. And then you act like, my work here is done. I don't have to do any more work.
This is the weak man. This is the weak man. Stop being a weak man. What the fuck happened? Okay, being a strong man isn't about people liking you.
Oh no. Don't show anybody this from the debate. They might end up having to learn something. Don't do that. Don't join us later on Monday at 4 p.m. when we continue the PIP.
Oh, I want the conservatives on Twitter. I want Elon Musk to really like me. Guys. What the fuck is the matter with you? Is that what you centralize your life around? I'm so crashed out right now. If my wife saw this, she would tell me to stop.
If your wife heard you, she would have told you to stop already if she really loved you, bro. Holy! She would have stopped you from doing the spur grant. If not for your own sanity, if not for your own optics, if not for your own ability, if not for your own coverage, if not for your own brand, if not for your own credibility, for your own fucking blood pressure. Nigga, how stressed is your blood right now? Like, do this real quick. Do this. Do this. Boom, 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 boom. Is it beating real hard? Why isn't she? Where is she? Can she not hear you?
Because I've had conversations with her about how fucking disappointed I am in you. And she agrees, but she doesn't think I should publicly burn a bridge.
And that's what you did, right? So you're telling me that you could counsel a strong man took counsel from his female companion, his wife, female companion. Companion means wife in most cases, if you want to say compatriot, if not partner, but his female companionship, his mistress, his woman, his lover. You took counsel from your partner, and they said, you shouldn't do this, you agree that it's bad, but you probably shouldn't do that in public. Why? Because what you do in public is gonna be needed to be addressed public. And you said, fuck all that noise, I'm doing it balls out to the wall. Don't actually, though. And now, 6 minutes, 45 seconds.
I'm so fucking triggered on this shit, dude. Do you realize...
Triggered!
That they're justifying sending in like different governmental agencies, like agencies to come in here and terrorize these fucking people.
Terrorize them, you said. Not investigate the businesses that are supposed to be there at the locations that are registered to the government facilities on the government registries, which can be found publicly, that you decided not to look into. No. You didn't use the Google search to go look for that information. No. You didn't use the Google search to find that detail. You wanted to go find the business on Google Maps. Damn! That's crazy!
Because of this shit, they're freezing funding for the people in this state now.
Freezing the funding pending an investigation.
Do you think that 100% of this is fraud, or do you think it's like 5 to 10%?
It couldn't be that it could be a bigger number than 5 to 10. No, it's the same argument that I got on Wick. No, it's actually all mercantilism, and it's only a small piece. At least you, Gunt, had the ability to say, actually, it's a spectrum from 1 to 100, rather than a binary of 1 and 0. But that doesn't preclude the fact that apparently you were given the advice, you ignored the advice, and instead of thinking wider, like, it's not 10 to 5, maybe it's 20-30. Maybe it's 30-40. Maybe it's 40-45. But it can't be all of it. No! You went sliver down, shave down. Because you don't like the person in question, and apparently you don't like your friend. 6 minutes, 26 seconds!
How many kids are not going to get their health care because of this, or their transportation, or...
What about the kids? What about the kids? What about you, nigga?
People with disabilities, or old people. How many...
What about the elderly? What about the sick? What about the young? I hear a lot of whataboutism, but don't let me stop you on your rant, baby.
People are out of a job because of this reckless freezing of funds when this has been in discussion for months.
It's been in discussion for months, except that it probably hasn't been in discussion for months the way that it needed to be. Because now they're moving with a certain level of speed and haste, with a sense of urgency that you don't seem to like. Therefore, everybody should listen to you and how things are done. But don't you listen to your wife! 6 minutes, 14 seconds!
How many people are going to get negatively disaffected because they're fucking black? Because that's all.
Because Somalis are black. 6 minutes, 10 seconds. How many more secrets are we going to learn from the Gunt? Place your bets.
It is. Nick Shirley thinks every Somalian person's a pirate. Did you bother to watch him say that on Andrew Callahan's video? You watch my content, but it's apparently not the content that matters. Did you watch Andrew do it? Did you watch me watch Andrew? What did we watch?
Did you watch my content? Did you watch content related where I was packing that guy in? Did you fucking praise me? No, you went and watched this other guy. He's angry that he doesn't give him views and that he doesn't watch his content and give him a signal boost because of it. 5 minutes, 55 seconds! How many more secrets are we going to learn?
Do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world, to the rest of our country. I saw you on Twitter. Hey, Donald Trump, you're open to seeing Donald Trump, the guy that wants to attack Greenland, the guy that's using ICE to go after people and violate their due process, their First Amendment rights, the administration that's trying to strip Mark Kelly of his veteran status because he told officers, law enforcement
the clip is starting to lag.
that they don't have to agree to illegal orders, violation
there we go.
of freedom of speech.
It's still playing properly, but it's stuck on this frame right now.
That's the guy you want to see.
Let me fix it. I'm gonna fix it.
World, to the rest of our country. I saw you on Twitter. Hey, Donald Trump, you're open to seeing Donald Trump, the guy that wants to attack Greenland, the guy that's using ICE to go after people and violate their due process, their First Amendment rights.
I think it did break again.
World, to the rest of our country. I saw you on Twitter. Hey, Donald Trump,
Yeah, it actually, the clip actually does facially freeze at this moment at exactly that timestamp. Don't worry! I have multiple VODs. I came prepared for this one! Boop, 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 boop.
Family came from Germany. Your family came from some fucking Asian country. People's families have come. People have schools. Phone. That's.
The clip actually does end frozen on his eyes like that. So we have to hear him spurting all the way through with it stuck on this frame. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. But the audio is correct. Let's keep going. So, 5 minutes, 55 seconds. Now 54 seconds. How much more is he about to elucidate from his heart? Caleb, I'm mad at you because you watch my content, but you don't give me a signal boost. I can't believe that you're sucking conservative cock cum. I lost my TikTok because the left tried to cancel me because I didn't stay in line with their worldview. I was removed from having my account because they saw fit to stop me because I was being inconsistent with their purity stack. But you're on Twitter trying to quote, attract the conservatives and Elon Musk. Okay, keep going.
Open to seeing Donald Trump, the guy that wants to attack Greenland, the guy that's using ICE to go after people and violate their due process, their First Amendment rights, the administration that's trying to strip Mark Kelly of his veteran status because he told officers, law enforcement agents, that they don't have to agree to illegal orders, violation of freedom of speech. That's the guy you want to see. We're not, this is like, I don't know how to communicate to these fucking people that any of this stuff. Facts doesn't work. Emotion doesn't work. What works?
Facts don't work. Emotions don't work. What works? I know. Shame. Drama and shame. Except you went way too crazy. 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
What works? What makes you realize, like, hey, you know what? We're having a sloppy time, but this is some real fucking shit here. When do we get to the point where we realize this is some real fucking shit that's going on? That these are real people that are getting terrorized because they're fucking black, because they came from Somalia. My family came from Germany. Your family came from some fucking Asian country. People's families have come, people have come from all different places. Ireland, Italy, Greece, Poland. I have Polish family, and they live in. And you know what? There's Polish communities out where I live. And you know what? I live in New York. There's Italian people who have the mafia that's dug themselves into different systems. Do you see me shitting on every fucking Italian person every day?
He just admitted that if he knew that there were Italian mobs fleecing the system, he would actively not speak on it because he equates Italian mobs with Italians and therefore an attack on the group and race rather than an addressal of actual issues happening in his local area. And he just confirmed that he lives in New York State. Hey, I have a question. I have a question. Gunt. Remember that case of the TikTok DoorDash girl and how she committed 2 felonies and then proceeded to claim that actually I shouldn't have my case put on tape in front of the world? Ooh, goddamn. Delicious food. I'm gonna have to eat it twice. I'm not talking about a food, I'm talking about my woman. You remember how she went out and she claimed that she was harassed, she was a victim because she was supposed to be sexually assaulted visually by a man exposing himself, and actually what she did is she went into his home, she took pictures of him under duress, and committed both an act of dissemination and an act of collusion? And you remember how she said it was unfair that this was being done to her, and the court laughed at the fact that she said, oh, now you want it to be private? Why do you think that people wouldn't look into you doing this and then expose this to Caleb and other people as like, bro, look at this guy lol cow raging because he thinks his supposed friend is down with some bullshit, when you quite literally just decided to say laws don't matter, fraud doesn't matter, investigation of fraud doesn't matter. If a person doesn't do something I don't like, you're not allowed to look into it because it's just harassment all the way down. Despite the fact that you were basically harassing Nick Shirley by proxy by claiming that he's being a racist. Why is it okay when you do it and it's not okay when other people do it? Allegedly. Do you think that's acceptable? Do you think that's right? Do you think that it's your job to point it all out? Apparently you do. Because here you are lecturing people about how to do it. 4 minutes, 19 seconds.
No, and it's not because they look white. It's because I'm not a weak piece of shit that justifies white supremacists going around acting like fucking fools. The
white supremacists. Who's the white supremacists? Can you name them?
Weakest people in the world are fucking racial supremacists. They have
like you?
Nothing to hold on to other than the fact that their skin color makes them feel good about themselves.
Well, that can't be true because if a person has a origin and they have a people that they come from, that means they have a culture. Because white just means Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, European. There's 3 dashes in that. Anglo-Saxon / Protestant and or. Where did that even come out of Caleb's mouth? It didn't. It didn't come out of his mouth. It's coming out of his mouth. Anglo-Saxon / Protestant / European. Apparently, people can't be European, they can't be Anglo-Saxon, they can't be Protestant, they can't be pilgrims. White doesn't have culture. But Somalis, they're not different from any other African, actually. They're not any different from any other African. Not Ghana, not Botswana, not Barbados, not Haiti, not Jamaica. Not Sudan, not Egypt. No! Africa, black! Despite political blackness. And that even African Americans are, quote, not black, depending on how they specifically speak on their issue. Nigeria and Niger. No. Black, everything. All the culture. And thus all the victimhood status and all the points. And you can glory hound seek for it all you want. But white people, okay, you're not white. Oh, but it's different. Actually, you're some type of different amorphous blob that's gained culture by being a part of the right side of history.
They have nothing else of value to offer anybody, so they go, guys, I'm a victim because of my skin color. And
you're about to get victimized by yourself because of your fatness. 3 minutes, 50 seconds!
Supporting those people when you have a show that's about shaming people for not spending less money and working harder at a job. Tell these young men to get a fucking trade job. We're down.
They can't get a trade job. They're being disallowed. It's being given to other people who are being fast-tracked through the system the same way people were fast-tracked through other systems. But we can't address that. Do you know why, Papa? Because, Gunt, you told people, actually, you shouldn't look into that information. And also, he already does! He already does! He already does! He does! I do! Other content creators do! Mike Rowe, the original content creator, excuse me, words are hard when you're being angry. Gotta be African American in order not to fuck up that bad. Every type of content creator has literally done everything in their life to try and tell people to go into trade school jobs. Guess what? They're given a runaround. More money than it will cost for them to be able to live properly than to get a job at fucking Walmart. But you don't care about that because you're more worried about the potential exposed group that might be doing fraud, but you better not investigate it compared to you caring about the people that are downtrodden now, like all leftists do. The same level of cope that allows somebody like Irrelevant to try and have a debate with somebody like that of Andrew Wilson. And he tries to pivot to things that are already done by Christians and saying they aren't doing well enough to try and browbeat a Christian with their own religion when he himself is not Christian. It's the same shit! It's the same shit that people are tired of. It's the same shit! And somehow, none of these things apply to you. None of them. How convenient. 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
500,000 electricians estimated by next year. We don't get that commentary. We keep it to ourselves. We stay quiet against the white supremacy. It's scary because I want Twitter to like me. But when it comes to fucking people getting harassed on the streets because they're black, and that's all the fuck it is, and that's all the fuck it's ever been, we're fucking crickets, because that's why they're getting harassed. Yeah, some of them are doing a fraud. That's bad. It's being investigated, but they're getting attacked because they're black. I don't see any investigations getting mainstream headline news in fucking Texas or Florida. What's going on with that? Where's that going? Where's your coverage of the Donald Trump's phone? That's fraud. He hasn't released that yet. We don't get any of that. We don't get it. We're very selective. We're selective in what we talk about. And what we talk about are stupid fucking bullshit. We support conspiracy theories, and then we make fun of people with silly hair on the internet, because that's more important right now.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. He just said that real work doesn't get done because all people care about is the clips and negativity. Yet you contribute to the negativity. You're contributing to it right now. And yet, yes, they do. Yes, they do. It doesn't cover to you because you don't look at it. It wasn't on LSF, so you don't know that it exists.
That's very important to us. That's very important to make sure that we do that. That is what we need in the society right now, is more culture war. We don't need to call out the fucking lies.
We need more culture war, not calling out the lies. Hey, you lied about having the right address, and you're currently spurging about things that you claim that he believes because you were too busy looking to yuck your yum that you blew your fucking load. 2 minutes, 34 seconds.
That's it. That's where we're at.
Did you get it all out? Did you get it all out?
Thank you for the $10 from Jopa. Don't forget CNC computer numerical control when you talk about trades for those who are interested in computers but still want to trade benefits. That's a good point. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the $2 from Bueller. Harry's My Life is Yours. Thank you. Thank you for 5,000 Vince Vintage. What's going on, brother? Valid. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 from I can't even pronounce your name. Magya Tara Magnus. Sorry, dude. I'm fucking burnt out. A lot of people feel like this PapaGunt. You don't. You are right. Don't let them gaslight you places. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sorry.
Completely blown out. No more energy. He spazzed all his gunt.
I'm trying to fucking read all the.
Not one, he's not saying that we need more culture war. What he's saying is that Caleb is behaving in this culture war, and that what he needs to do is call out lies. When all he did was just demonstrably blow his fucking load and be angry at Caleb because he thinks Caleb's not doing it correctly.
And funding.
So he's basically just admitted that he's jealous of his friend.
And LLC, our registered address was just a mailbox for legal docs, not our place of operation, a restaurant. That's where I was looking. Okay. Well, again, it's the wrong address, but I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you.
Pause. Somebody just read out something in a donation that completely went over his head.
Actually, do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world, to the rest of our country, world.
Wow, it doesn't let me go past that point. That's weird. Rick.
So I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll try to fuck. We do that. That is what we need in the society right now, is more culture war. We don't need to call out the fucking lies. That's it. That's where we're at. Benefits. That's a good point. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the $2 from Bueller. Harry's My Life is Yours. Thank you. Thank you for 5,000 Vince Vintage. Hold on, brother. Valid. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 from I can't even pronounce your name. Magya Tara Magnus. Sorry, dude. I'm fucking burnt out. A lot of people feel like this PapaGunt. You don't. You are right. Don't let them gaslight places. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking read all the fan funding. Thank you for $5 from Enough Spaghetti. When I had the LLC, and the LLC, our registered address was just a mailbox for legal docs, not our place of operation, a restaurant. That's what I was looking.
When our LLC was registered for an address, we registered the mailing address to a P.O. box. And yet, if the address for the business goes to a P.O. box, this would be a sign of fraud. On the paperwork, it did not say that this was the mailing address versus the actual business address. It said that that was the business address. So that's not accurate.
Okay. Well, again, it's the wrong address, but I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you for the 8-month small gut from Blue Banshee. This is why I'm here, Papa Based. I thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for $5 from Gunner FR. For real, love the crash out against Caleb, man, but the address is at the right. Unfortunately, the street names are the same, but I love the energy. It's the wrong plate.
Pop. Somebody donates money at the end here that we can't see that tells him in the dono, bro, it's actually this correct place. The streets aren't correct on the names, but it's the same place, but I appreciate the energy. Watch what happens next. Immediately, his verbatim. It's the same place. It's the same place.
It's the wrong place. It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. It's not the same place. It's not the same place at all. It's not the same place. Just to be absolutely clear. So, I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll show it one more time. Alright, we're going to move on to the video. But just for reiteration, this is the address that they're at. Okay? This is 607. This is Cedar Avenue. This is where they're supposed to be. Cedar Avenue South. They're at the incorrect place. That's where they're at. This is not where they're supposed to be. This is not where they're supposed to be. 2 different places. To be absolutely clear. They're in the wrong spot. So, it's not the same place. What?
Huh? 121.29 at 121.57. Seconds away from the end. Wait, what was that? Hearken. My 9 ears hear a sound of concern.
How is this the same place?
121.31. 2 seconds later. Wait, how is this the same place?
This is Cedar Avenue. Dude, I think I'm going to start banning you all.
I think I'm going to start banning you all. Verbatim. He checks himself again, finally. And then he crashes out. He crashed out before. He crashes out hard. He says, fuck my supposed friend. He's horrible. He's bad. I can't believe he's fucking sucking up cum for conservatives. He goes full Hassan. And then he checks himself again. Oh, he sees that he's wrong. Immediately to, I'm going to start banning you all. All that energy. And then he realizes he's wrong. And what does he do next?
I think I have to start banning all of you. This is South 6th Street. Am I fucking crazy? What are you talking about? Oh shit, dude, I'm fucking dumb. Damn.
3 seconds before the end. The camera not focused on his face because it's locked into when he was in full spurg. Getting angry at Caleb. Oh shit, I'm fucking dumb. Nah, you fake nigga! And then he deletes the VOD. He deletes the evidence. He deletes everything to try and hide his mistake.
I just crashed out for nothing. Holy fuck. Dude,
Oh my god, I just crashed out for nothing. Yeah, but it wasn't nothing. You just told Caleb how you really feel. You just told Caleb how you really feel. Did Caleb see it? I don't know. I'll investigate that for tomorrow. Because it's getting late here. But I want to make sure that we go to the VOD that is saved on the timeline from where the video comes from. I want to make sure you see the exact moment. I want to make sure you see the exact moment. In real time. In real time of what he did. Because in real time, PapaGunt is Papa Tard. Confirmed. But no. It's worse. It's worse than that. 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 It's worse than that, bro. Because he just unloaded on his supposed friend. And what we end up coming away with is some of the highest embarrassment you could see on this side of the fucking broadcast.
this is South 6th Street. Am I fucking crazy?
So, timeline. Video timeline. Let's go here. They have it on the coverage of the VOD and the information and the content. PapaGunt is an idiot. It's the same place. Shown on the media from somebody else showing the case that it's the same place.
What are you talking about? Oh, shit, dude, I'm fucking dumb. Damn, I just crashed out for nothing. Holy fuck. Dude.
And then, after panicking and deleting the content in complete embarrassment, I can confirm to you that Nick Shirley's seen it. I've got people to publicly defend fraud and then realize I'm right and say I just crashed out for nothing. Why can't people accept the truth? Everyone watch until the end when he realizes he's wrong.
This is 607.
Then, think before you sleep. Sad. Could have swore this guy used to be much less of a I'm cat repeating that 2 years ago. This is Jay Viper. Wow, that's embarrassing. What a next level meltdown, and it ended up being completely projection as it was him that didn't do the research correctly. Amal, wow. Dog pack. Or I think somebody impersonating a dog pack account. People claiming that he's on a 2-year bipolar cycle. People asking if the VOD had been recorded so that it could be preserved. And you're asking me whether or not he knows about it. So let's just go to Caleb Hammer. He probably hasn't commented on it. No, it does not appear that is the case. I do know that there is reportedly my crash out and apology to Caleb Hammer. That's up here. He pivots in the apology and he starts blaming Trump at the 9-minute mark. There are some people who are accepting it by saying, oh my god, I can't believe you took a correct step on what you did. People laughing at the fact that he didn't do his due diligence. It would appear that, yes, he does know about it. Following his shameful crash out, which seemed to stem from long, deeply held feelings about Caleb, Gut makes a pathetic attempt to force himself to tears after announcing Caleb Hammer had forgiven him. It doesn't seem to be that Caleb is saying this. It seems to be that people are claiming that Caleb said this. So I don't think Caleb knows. I don't think he cares. And if he does know, he hasn't reported on it in any of his material. So I don't think it's important to look into at this time. No, it does not appear to be the case. And this happened yesterday. So no, he hasn't reported it. Let's wait to see if it actually happens. So, that's the content. A fat idiot went onto the internet. He made a fool of himself. He acted stupid of himself. And then he fucking blasted his friend over a supposed desire to go along with something when he was wrong about what he was talking about. Deletes it in failure, and then goes on a cry tour to say, oh, I can't believe that I fucked up and I was that fucking retarded. All the way through the content, believing he was right until the exact end. What can we learn from this content? Do your job. Do your job. Do your research. Do your job. Do your job. Do your research. Fact check yourself. Fact check yourself 10 times before you declare yourself as right. I don't care what it's over. Video games, politics, geopolitical state, candy, sex. Fact check yourself. Often. Do not blow your load and be so confident to say somebody's a retard and didn't do their job when you didn't do your job. Okay? Okay. Alright. Alright, people. It is 11:44. It is about to be midnight. Remember the lesson. Do not go full Hassan Piker. Do not full Gunt. If you go full Gunt, you're going to look like a retard. Okay? Alright. More content coming tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I have some examples from the audience. It's in the Discord. And if you're not a part of that Discord, click the link inside the bar and become a member of the coalition. Join the Negrohood. Secure your timeshare and join the homeowners HOA. For this is the power of the Negro Waffen. And remember to keep your cap brim at 45 degrees so you too can highlight. The performance improvement plan, going over the bait stuff, will be continuing on Monday night, 4 p.m. And don't forget to tune in and be a part of the broadcast on Sunday for the Yapton. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your brothers. Come in with something to do, come in prepared, come in with something to talk about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be leaving for the evening so I can go cut up with the rest of this hoagie and pretend that it's my woman. I'm talking about clap, 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 clap. I can't even say with a straight face. There is not enough mayo in this packet, okay? I can't even say it with a straight face. There is not enough mayo in this packet to even make that joke. But anyways, I will be seeing you all tomorrow. Good night, goodbye, bonsoir, bon nuit. Do not go to bed with a wet pee-pee. Goodbye, everybody.